I think we've already done it. But it is not active, but I'll check it. What I'll do is they paid
Again, if anyone has any handouts for the board, please bring them up at this time.
The meeting will now come to order. Good morning to everyone and welcome to the Hinds County Board of Supervisors special meeting. Today is Monday, August the 19th, and our official starting time is 9:05. I would like to begin with our invocation, and for that we would ask the Pastor Terry Moore of the Freedom Ministries International Church of Jackson to come and do it for us. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Pray with me, please. Father, in the name of Jesus, we come before your throne today. We ask you to fill this house with your wisdom. I pray, Father, for the spirit of wisdom and revelation and the knowledge of God, for his purpose and his plans for the Hinds County Board of Supervisors today as they issue the decisions necessary for the people of Hinds County. I pray for every petitioner that's going before this board. I pray you give them the words to speak, to clearly indicate what their needs are. And I pray, Father, for the spirit of unity to flow in this house. And Father, we thank you for Hinds County. We thank you for this being the largest county in Mississippi. We thank you for everything that you're doing in our great state. And we thank you for these elected officials who've been placed here by your hand to render righteousness and justice for the people of Hinds County. We thank you, Father. We give you the glory and the honor in advance for the love and the peace that flows in this house, and for the spirit of unity, and for righteousness and justice in every issue. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Pastor Moore. We really appreciate it. It's always good to see you here at the board meetings. We have a special treat this morning, and for that I'll go to Mrs. Carmen Davis, the County Administrator. Mrs. Davis.
Good morning, board members. Yes, a special treat we have today. We're going to be blessed with the wonderful voice of a representative from the Mississippi Opera. And so we want him to come forward today and grace us with his wonderful voice.
And he will be singing
The national anthem.
You would just give us your name, please.
My name is Byron Johnson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you very much, and we thank the Mississippi Opera, and we look forward to things coming in the future. Thank you very much. If you would, tell us who else is with you before you leave this morning.
I'm Tiffy Garner. I'm the administrative director. This is Albert Bivens. He's our board president. And this is Dr. Davis Ed Davis, who is our artistic director.
Okay, good for you to be here, and thank you for coming. We appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Okay, we'll now continue with our printed agenda, bid openings. No bid openings? Okay, we'll now have to go to, by law, our public hearings. We do have a public hearing? Okay. Good morning. Okay. I'd like to open a public hearing at this time regarding the Westin Hotel project increment financing. And the time is 9:09. Good morning, and give us your name, please.
Good morning. My name is Courtney Baldwin, and I work with Gerson Associates, and we represent Capital Hotel Associates in their public financing endeavor. We are requesting that the county participate in tax increment financing for the Westin Hotel project. The amount is not to exceed $1.75 million over a term of 15 years.
Okay. So any questions from anyone in the audience regarding this tax increment financing? Any questions? Any questions? Okay. If there are no questions from anyone or from no one in the audience, then unless there's a question from board members, then we'll close the public hearing. Okay?
I have one question.
Okay, Dr. Walker.
Mr. President,
Baldwin.
one of the question I'm asking is not really connected to tax increment financing per se, but to the overall project. One of the concerns I have, and it's going to influence my vote on tax increment financing, but one of the concerns I have is what kind of protection does Hinds County have for the $20 million pass-through bond for this project? And I'm concerned that there needs to be adequate protection of county government and the people of Hinds County in the event, and of course, we hope that it doesn't happen, but should something happen and the project goes belly up, what kind of protection is there?
Yes, sir. I'm glad you asked that, Supervisor Walker. The developer is actually prepared to put forth either a personal and/or corporate guarantee to back those bonds. And the developer's here today to elaborate on that if you would like, or if that response is sufficient, but there will be a guarantee.
Mr. President, if I'm in order, I would hope that the developer can elaborate on that question. It's a big question facing not just this board, but the people of Hinds County as well.
Okay. If you'd have them come forward, and Supervisor Hunter, you have a question or a comment?
I'm on my way to the developer make his presentation first.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing? Yes, sir.
State your name.
Joseph Simpson. I'm one of the developers, Capital Hotel Associates. And our investment group is personally guaranteeing joint and severally the entire debt of the $20 million. There's 7 of us, and the Hinds County Economic Development Board has taken all of our 2 years tax returns, financial statements, and vetted us. And the group has more assets than the debt is, and the Hinds County Economic Development Board felt comfortable that our guarantees were sufficient.
And that's all committed to writing?
Yes, sir.
Is that sufficient, Madam Attorney?
I'll have to review it in more detail, but I did believe that the Hinds County, that Blake and his team have reviewed it properly, and it's in order.
Okay. And there should be that in itself provides adequate protection to this board and to the people of this county.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. Supervisor Hunter.
My concern is 2 things. Minority participation with teeth. And I know it's somewhat public funded private entity. Also, the protection first reservation of rights, because the county got quite a bit of skin in the game in this project. And, you know, off the top, I think they would need to be protected off the top, but guarantee and bond, but the first reservation of rights, you know, I want to see the project move. The TIF is the initial stage, but it's hard to support if it's not, if the county is not, has the first reservation of right. And what I mean is maybe the attorney can explain that, is that if anything go wrong, they line up first, not second, to be to be protected. And, once we get past making this deal go, the only thing else is protecting the, is good faith, I think. And I think and hope and pray that everybody have good faith, because sometimes contracts is it's not worth no more than the paper it's written on. You end up in a lot of litigation for a long time. So, moving forward, to move the process forward, I still gotta get a little more understanding of the totality of the project.
Sure. All right, I'll address the first question on minority participation. We're fully committed to the Jobs for Jacksonians program and minority participation. We have minority developers, minority owners, major minority owners, and that's part of the public-private partnership. Now, the hotel and the development in general is going to create 1,066 direct and indirect jobs. There'll be 333 construction jobs, 150 full-time, and then you've got the indirect for the rest. We've got AJA Management Services, who's going to be our project manager, Andrew Jenkins, and he's going to help us navigate through the minority participation and try to do as much as we can. The Westin Hotel in Birmingham that was recently built was able to get 46% minority participation. So we're trying to get half, which is in line with the Jobs for Jacksonians program. And so we'll make every effort with as much teeth as whatever we can do to help Jackson. That's what this project is for.
That's the intent, and I know
Yes,
once
sir.
we get past go, we have no control of it. However,
I'm going to see it all the way to the finish line. So we
want to see it. We want to see we want to see growth in Jackson.
Sure.
We know there's a need. We'll move past the first step. Let's go.
Okay. Supervisor,
Go ahead, she wants to say something.
okay.
Well, Supervisor Hunter, I just wanted to address the Jobs for Jacksonian. The development agreement that the developer will have with the city of Jackson actually has some teeth in it. It has reporting requirements that the city's requiring that the developer maintain and report minority participation, and it does influence their commitment when the bonds are getting ready to be issued. If they haven't met these minority participation criteria, obviously that's going to pose a problem.
Mayor, listen, I've been in this game a long time. I heard a lot of good stories. I know I think I've seen some of the developers in this project. I think they got a real good concern and genuine effort to really got a good intent for the project as a whole, for the city and the participation. And that's what got me leaning in the right direction. But we need to move on.
Okay. Supervisor Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have a motion. I move that the Chambers and Gaylord Law Firm and our financial advisors, Malachi, be hired to advise the county and structure the transaction with the Western Group. So moved.
Okay. It's been moved. Is there a second? And then we'll go to discussion as it relates to this.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second discussion. Mrs. Calhoun.
Yes, sir. We have the, the Hinds County Economic Development District that takes a business owner through extensive research. Also, our district provides the criteria in which a company, they provide the criteria to evaluate a company's background, standing, etc. So I'm sure Mr. Wallace can speak to what I have referenced. the Board of Trustees for the Hinds County Economic Development District, excuse me, also evaluates any business owner's application to do business with Hinds County. So what I'm saying is that process has already taken place through our Hinds County Economic Development District. That is one of the primary functions of the authority, and that is to reassure that when any business owner comes before this board to request business with Hinds County, that owner and company have been vetted.
Okay. Mr. Walker?
Mr. President, I see perfectly well where Supervisor Stokes is going, and that he wants adequate protection for this board and for the people of Hinds County. I do think, however, that the board, in having a board attorney, already has someone who could provide whatever advice there might be from a legal standpoint. And I would just think that we already have someone in place who can fill or meet that need.
Okay. Supervisor Stokes?
Thank you, Mr. President. Doc, you're exactly right. My concern is that as we do these projects, and we see them all the time, we can look at the old Lion Horse Grill. You know, these projects go, and yet black people who's supposed to do a great percentage of this work are left in the cold. It's like Supervisor Hunter stated, it's more Hispanics, it's more white. You know, in these inner city neighborhoods, the reason you got crime and crime because they need jobs. Now, the ones who dropped out of school deserve to be able to do some manpower on these jobs. This project is really funded through Hinds County. The vast majority of this money is gonna come through the county, even though the city is putting some skin in it. And the only way I'm gonna feel safe is to know that we got a financial advisor and a legal team watching everything. And I think it's important that we send a message. It's good to say, buy Jackson, shop Jackson, but we want to buy Jackson, shop Jackson, we want to buy Hinds County, shop Hinds County too. Because the people in these rural areas, they need jobs. Whether it's Utica, whether it's Bolton, Edwards, they need to work. So we need to make sure that we're not gonna get a curve thrown to us late, like Supervisor Hunter said, and it's too late for us to do anything. Now, my vote gonna depend on that. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional comments, Mrs. Calhoun? And then we'll close the public hearing.
The Malachi Group has already been hired by this board to provide the county with a financial plan. And part of, one of the recommendations that has been made is that Hinds County cut its contracting opportunities by 15% in order to help boost the county's reserves. Mr. Bingham is here this morning, and I'm sure he can discuss that particular recommendation. Again, we have competent, capable individuals that can, and that have rather, I would say not can, that have evaluated the Western proposal, and as of today has not found any discrepancies in the information that has been provided, likewise with the research that has taken place regarding the company.
Okay. If there are no additional questions or comments, then what I'm going to do is I will close the public hearing, and then I will ask for Supervisor Hunter and Supervisor Stokes to withdraw their motion and make the motion on the, not in the public hearing, but make their motion when we go back to regular session as opposed to in public hearings, this particular public hearing. So I'm now going to close the public hearing at 9:24.
Yes, sir, Mr. President, I withdraw my motion until we.
Withdraw your second. Okay, now, Mr. Stokes.
Oh, I withdrew my motion, Mr. President.
So you withdrew it all together?
Well, I think you said we're gonna bring it back up. We're gonna deal with the issue now, or we're gonna deal with it later?
We're gonna deal with it later on
In the agenda?
in the agenda.
Would you rather we do it all together then, or
We can do it all together, then we'll come back in the agenda.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate you coming in front of the board.
Thank you, we'll see you this afternoon.
Yes. Okay, we'll now continue with our printed agenda. We now go to elected officials. We have a number of elected officials present, and we'd like to go to Mrs. Connie Cochran. You just come forward with your particular issue. We notice we have Dr. Rose here, Commissioner Bracy. Am I missing anyone else? I know we have other elected officials that we're going to call at a different time. But we want to go ahead and deal with their issue. Good morning.
Good morning. We bring before you again the issue of the primary for the special election. The primary to be held September 24th in both the Democratic and Republican parties. As we have discussed, the law does provide for a primary. The law also states that the Board of Supervisors will fund that through the general fund. The Hinds County Election Commission budget is funded through the general fund, and we do have those monies available to pay for the primary. So all the laws and requirements have been met, and I don't know that there needs to be action even taken on it because it is all covered in the statutes.
Okay. Well, I think to make it official, then we need to, for any money to be expended out of the general fund, we need to just go ahead and make a vote on it. I'm happy to report that I have a $84,000 check on my desk for you from the HAVA fund through the Secretary of State, which would go pretty much from that. What's the pleasure of the board?
I move that the Board of Supervisors defray the cost, transfer from the election commissioner's budget, the available funds to defray the costs of the primary election.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. Discussion. Supervisor Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Cochran, you first came to us and you told us you didn't have the money. Now you come and say you do have the money.
I never said I didn't have the money. You said you didn't have the money.
What was your statement to us?
I'm sorry?
What was your statement to us when you first came to us about your budget?
My budget was never discussed until I came back at a later time and told you that we did have it in our fund, in our
Is that
budget.
the time you said that you found the money at 5 o'clock in the morning, you woke up?
Sir,
I'm just asking.
Sir,
Is that what you said, yes or
I
no?
also said that I had talked with Supervisor Graham 6 weeks beforehand and said that we had the money in our budget to pay
Can we
for
talk
it.
about the 5 o'clock in the morning? Did you make that statement?
I did make a statement that, yes, I thought about it at 5 o'clock in the morning,
Okay. now,
but I
my
didn't
next
just
question-
realize the money was
All
there.
right, my next question is this. Did you also tell us that the counting is gonna be done downtown and not at the precincts?
Yes,
And you think that people running for office would rather you count it downtown instead of at the precincts?
sir, I won't be counting it. This is a
I'm just
party
asking.
primary,
I'm
and
just
this is
asking.
what, and I'm trying to explain it to you. This is what,
Well, let me say it this way. Normally, when there's an election, what do they count it at?
at the precinct.
Thank you,
But
Mr.
you
President.
have-
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
May I address that, please?
Yes.
Mr. President,
is-
I'm through with her, Mr. President.
No, I'm
Now,
not
if she
through.
say something, I'm gonna respond back. So now you can take another memo, you can take the vote.
Okay. All right. Would you like
This
to-
is what the parties have come up with. This is what they want to have done. It is their primary. We are only in a contractual position to assist the parties.
Well, Mr.
Okay.
President, my response is this. I've talked to plenty of people who's running, and they believe that the fix is in because now you're gonna count the votes, not at the precincts where they normally count at, but downtown. And a lot of people have concerns, especially when you talk about paper ballot, the box, and everybody's saying they're gonna stuff the box. And it's not fair and it's not right. Thank you.
Okay. It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Aye.
Opposed to?
No.
Motion passes. Continue, please.
We also need to get permission to enter into a contract with both Republican and Democratic parties. They have tendered a tentative contract, but it needs to be revisited, but we need permission to enter into the contract.
What's the pleasure of the board?
So,
It's been moved. Is there a second?
There it is.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor of?
Aye.
Opposed to?
No.
Motion passes.
I also need to bring before you the issue that the town of Edwards, the courts have ruled that they will have a special election September 3rd. We need to enter into a contract with the town of Edwards to fulfill that obligation.
Okay, would you please advise the board a little bit more about that and why we're having to do that?
For the municipal election, the election commissioners did not qualify one of the candidates because he did not have, they said, did not have the appropriate signatures on the petition. They went on with the election, the mayor was elected. The candidate who was not allowed to be on the ballot took it to court. The court just ruled last week that they have to have a special election with his name on the ballot, so it will be 2 candidates for the mayor of Edwards.
Okay. Do you have any questions? Go ahead. Supervisor Hunter.
I don't have a question, but I do have information that I think that there's some legal wrangling going on that's trying to change the date. I don't have confirmation on it, but I don't think they've intended to set the date of the election yet.
The court has called for it.
The court has made the decision, gave them a date, and it's also gonna be more than 2 candidates on the ballot. It'll be, I know, at least 3.
I'm just in discussions with the city clerk, who explained to me that the only candidates that were qualified, that had put their names forward to be candidates for mayor at the qualifying deadline would be allowed to be on the ballot. Now, this is the information that has been given to me. I've not heard anything other than that.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the board?
so moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second?
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Aye.
Opposed to?
Not voting, Mr. President.
One not voting. Motion passes. Before you go on to your next item, I've been told that we have the mayor, the present mayor of Utica here, and the rest that I want to recognize. Okay, just go ahead and accept the president of that. Which one?
Mayor Broom from Utica, the newly elected mayor. Could you stand, sir? Okay, good to have you this morning, as has been pointed out by our president. And we also have Dr. Clyde Muse, the president of the Hinds Community College System, which is a big one, and the newly selected president or vice president at the Utica campus, Dr. Jackson. And we certainly are pleased to have both of you with us.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We appreciate you here. Mrs. Cochran and Dr. Rhodes, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. We just want the supervisors to know, as per usual, that what we're involved in is directing from the statutes, and we do not deviate from the statutes. We try to successfully follow the statutes, and any deviation would be a violation of the oath that we take.
Okay, thank you very much, Supervisor Hunter, and then we'll go back to you, Ms. Cochran, for your other item.
All right.
What, let me, go ahead.
Dr. Rhodes and
Yes.
Ms. Cochran, I think that, I know from my perspective, that as a board member, that we shall follow the law in all aspects. And we should have no one party or feeling of a party should have any other intent than to give good democracy with clear understanding.
Yes, I agree.
I researched back sometime when the possibility of these seats become vacant. And that was the Attorney General's opinion back then, the Attorney General opinion now. But to speed up the process, we must move forward and follow the law. Thank you.
We
Thank
are
you,
not
Bert.
disagreeing with moving forward, sir.
Okay, Mrs. Cochran.
Also, we need to address the issue of merging precincts 16 and 17. I brought that before you 2 weeks ago, I believe.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board? Okay, let me get a motion first. What's the pleasure of the board? It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Supervisor Hunter?
I spoke to Ms. Anderson on that concern, and I hadn't got anything back from her.
Okay. Would you, since this is in District 2, we do have a motion, the second, do you want it to go forward, or do you want to hold until you get information back from Commissioner Anderson, or?
I would like to speak to her to see where she's at. I know she said the church didn't want to have it, but she was going to inquire and try to find another location in spite of merging the two. Mr. President.
Supervisor Hunter, Mr. President, may I speak?
Yes, speak.
Commissioner Anderson is in much agreement. She has been at all the discussions where these deliberations were concerned. It's a mandate that we cannot use it any longer, that precinct. And the other precinct that has been suggested is in close proximity to this one, a few blocks away. If you wish to speak with supervisor, if you wish to speak with Commissioner Anderson, so be it. But for the most part, if you notice, whenever we come before you, we have made an agreement that the chair of the commission is the spokesperson, is the official spokesperson. However, that does not preclude any of us from enhancing or augmenting what the chair states. So if you wish to, we will get her, but Madam Chair, how many times has she successfully said, please say to them?
Dr. Rowe?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Rowe, I respect that the chair is your spokesperson. I respect that. But however, I would like to speak to her to see where she is at.
We'll apprise her that if she's in here, we'll apprise her that you wish to speak to her officially. You're gonna have an audience with her one-on-one. I need to explain it to her what to expect.
He's already spoken with her last week.
Okay. Supervisor, are you finished, Supervisor Hunter? Supervisor Walker?
Mr. President, I would think that time is of the essence here, because the election is September 24th, right around the corner. It may be possible that Commissioner Anderson could be contacted before we finish with our deliberations today and get the response that Supervisor Hunter seeks. And if it's the wish of this board that we delay action until we at least have that chance, I will gladly withdraw my motion.
Right. Okay, and what I'll do, if it's the pleasure of the board, lay this issue to the side until which time that Supervisor Hunter's had the opportunity to speak with Mrs. Anderson, and hopefully we can get that done today, if you can contact her. Okay, thank you very much. And I know you have one more issue. Go ahead.
We have, as you brought to the board 2 weeks ago, the possibility of an election at Jackson State University, and you all voted to move forward with that. Since then, we have had other requests from schools, Lanier, Provine, and there will be more. I just need to have your permission for us to move forward with any school elections that are requested for us.
Yes, we get a number of those this time of year, so what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second, that they put those requests in writing.
Yes.
Yes.
They already have to the election commission. Okay, if you just make sure we get a copy of it, just for general records. It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Yes.
Opposed to? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now continue with our printed agenda with under elected officials. Ms. Callen, once we finish with the elected officials, then we go to your issue. We now have the Honorable Ms. Eddie Jean Carr.
Item this morning at this time, and that is to approve the resolution and order closing the session for the equalizing of the 2013 real and personal property assessments. And a reminder with that this afternoon at 1:30 we will reconvene to have tax protest hearings.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Yes.
Opposed to? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now continue with the Sheriff of Hinds County, Sheriff Tyrone Lewis. Sheriff, good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
We have, from the elected officials, number 2, we're seeking approval of three items. And under A, we are seeking approval for renewal of non-compensated special contract agents. Down here, there's a typo, it has 3, but it should be 4.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the board? It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Aye.
Opposed to?
Not voting, Mr. President.
One not voting. Motion passes. Continue, please.
Under item B, we're seeking approval to publish, and this is a typo as well, we're going to change that to publish for bids on correctional facility cameras.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the board? It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Discussion. Supervisor Hunter.
I thought, did we already have some numbers on the camera system?
Yes.
Okay.
But we're gonna rebid it out or something?
So it has to be published.
Okay, okay. All right.
Okay. It's been any additional questions? It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Aye.
Opposed to?
Not voting, Mr. President.
One not voting. Motion passes.
Okay.
Continue, please.
Under C, we are just in still process of revising some of our general orders, policies, procedures. And as we do that, we present them to the board as a submission.
Okay.
So we have some that we have revised, and we're updating them and making sure that you all have a copy.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any additional items?
That's it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. We notice we have another elected official, Mr. Stokes. You have an issue? Am I missing anyone? Okay.
Judge Sutton. Judge Sutton.
Judge Sutton? Oh, how can I miss him? Okay.
I'm going to ask the same question.
Don't take it personal. Good morning. You have an issue, Judge?
I just believe that the illustrious county administrator and I and Ms. Miller Woods gonna work that out. Is that right, ladies?
Yes, sir.
That makes sure I don't have to come before, but I just believe if you're gonna start a project, you need to see it through. Like, don't start things and get it going, but this gives me an opportunity to sit and observe the functionality. I hear things, but I hadn't had the pleasure of being here. But I'm just a servant. But I just believe that we're gonna get this situation, I won't call it an issue, that's a clarification of communication. And we'll be okay there.
Clarification of communications. All right. Thank you very much. That's a good way to say it. Good to have you here, Reverend Sutton. Okay. We'll continue with our approval of minutes.
Sorry, we do have a certain,
Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't see it over there. Service pins, go ahead. Ms. Callen, do you want to do yours before we do the minutes? We'll do this and then we'll go directly to you. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, board members.
Morning.
I have the pleasure to announce service award pins for Hinds County employees for their years of dedicated service with Hinds County. I do not believe any of them are present today, but I will call their names out in the years of service and we'll make sure their pins will be sent to them.
Okay.
First on our list is from the Hinds County Human Services, Carolyn Nash. She has 5 years of service. From Public Works, we have Dickie Covington with 5 years of service. Safety and Training Division, Mr. Esther Dixon with 15 years of service. And from the Sheriff's Department, we have several. We have George Welch with 10 years of service, Marty Lacey, 5 years of service, Jimmy Smith with 5 years of service, William Queen Jr., 5 years of service, Jamie Caston, 5 years of service, Patrice Jordan, 5 years of service, and Mark Morgan with 5 years of service.
Okay. Thank you very much, and would you just make sure that they know on behalf of the board, thank them for their service.
Yes, sir, sure will.
Thank you very much. We'll now continue with our agenda. We have a request to move up an item or an issue. Mrs. Calhoun.
Thank you, Mr. President. This morning, I have the pleasure and honor of introducing and presenting a resolution on behalf of the Hinds County Board of Supervisors to Ms. Perrin Reeves Darby, who has been crowned the 2014 Distinguished Woman, Young Woman of Mississippi. And at this time, I would like to read the resolution. The Board of Supervisors of Hinds County, Mississippi commends and expresses its congratulations to Ms. Perrin Reeves Darby on being crowned the 2014 Distinguished Young Woman of Mississippi. Whereas Ms. Perrin Reeves Darby, in display of pageantry and excellence, earned the title of Distinguished Young Woman of Mississippi 2014, becoming the first from Hinds County to achieve the distinction since 1994. Whereas the Distinguished Young Woman is a national scholarship program that inspires high school girls to develop their full individual potential through fun, transformative experience that culminates in a celebratory showcase of their accomplishments. The program has provided life-changing experiences for more than 700,000 young women. The Distinguished Young Woman program describes to give every young woman the opportunity to further her education and prepare for a successful future through the awarding of cash scholarships at the local, state, and national level. Whereas Ms. Perrin, the daughter of Dr. Vonda Reeves Darby and Alvin Darby of Jackson, attends St. Andrew's Episcopal School. She participates in various activities such as Duke Field Studies and Institute on Genetics, St. Andrew's varsity team, the U.S. tournament player, Global Habitat for Humanity program to Thailand, Lot Leadership Institute, Team Trendsetters Tutoring Program, Chapel Council Global Studies Program to Rwanda and Scotland, Jack and Jill of America, Student Diversity Club, and Service Committee and Film Club. Whereas Ms. Reeves Darby, through diligence and hard work, has earned several honors. She ranked 4th in state for the USTA Girls 16s. She is the recipient of the Gula Travel Grant to Rwanda. She is a member of the team that won first place at the MC Science and Math Tournament. She was named one of the Puerto Rico's magazine's 25 students to change the world. She was the junior homecoming maid. She placed 2nd in state in the Ann Gordon oratorical competition. She also won the book award for AP Euro. She has the highest average in history as well as the book award for Latin 4 with the highest class average. She is a member of the Cum Laude Society and she received the St. Andrew's Spirit Award. Whereas Ms. Reeves Darby has managed to balance the rigors of hard work in the area of academia and community service. In the best spirit of volunteerism, she has participated in the following: service to Rwanda, trip to Rwanda, medical trip to Honduras, Jack and Jill of America Fund with Santa, Operation Shoestring Tennis Camp, and field count for service trip to Malawi. Now therefore be it resolved, the Hinds County Board of Supervisors congratulates Ms. Perry Reeves Darby, whose work and dedication has already opened doors for future success. It is the hope and wish of this board that your persistence and determination will be the keys that propel you to a higher level of achievement while in competition for the national title of Distinguished Young Woman. We applaud your efforts and are confident in knowing that you will perform with the utmost dignity, grace, and poise as you represent the best and the brightest that Hinds County and the state of Mississippi has to offer. So resolved and ordered, this, the 19th day of August 2013. Mr. President, I so move.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Yeah.
Opposed to? Motion passes.
Ms. Darby, Reeves Darby, when you come forward, and also with her this morning is the state chairman of Distinguished Young Women of Mississippi, Mr. Sid Wilkerson, and he drove all the way from Meridian. Ms. Darby, come forward, please.
Yeah. Good morning.
Again, young lady, this is my honor. Would you like to accept it?
Sure. I'm really honored to be here today, and this program has been such a great experience. And if any of you know any young girls who are even considering participating in it, encourage them, because it gives them so much confidence and it prepares them for job interviews and college interviews, and it will help them in so many ways that you will just see down the road. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors of Hinds County. We're proud to have Aaron represent us in the national program. It's everything that our program looks for as far as scholarships, leadership, and also community service. So thank you very much for recognizing her.
Thank you. We will continue with our printed agenda. We'll now go to our approval of minutes. Okay.
Thank you. Could you follow? I'm sorry, there's a little, she's gonna stamp with the official seal, and it'll take just a few minutes. Thank you. I know you have to get back to school. Mr. Jenkins, you didn't know you were sitting by such a distinguished young lady, did you?
I'm honored. Continue, please.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the board. We have the minutes of July 30th, 2013, and the minutes of August 5th, 2013 for your approval.
What's the pleasure of the board? It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor of?
Aye.
Opposed to?
No.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Moving on to your claims this morning. Last Wednesday, the Chancery Clerk's office provided you with a packet for today's claims. The first item in that packet is a schedule of an interfund advance to be repaid This is repaid to the General County Fund from the catalog of Federal Domestic Assistance Grant number 16.804, which is your JAG recovery grant. It is in the amount of $5,000.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in question for Mr.
What's the
Stokes?
interest on the repayment?
There is no interest on interfund advances. These are just advances in order for the reimbursements to come back. We do not charge interest on those, only on loans.
What would it take for us, would it take a motion for us to get interest on it?
The problem with trying to charge interest to a
Let me
grant,
ask it this way. Is it illegal for us to charge interest?
more that you would never get the interest back from the granting agency.
Okay, legal, is it illegal for us to charge interest? In the statute that you know, so we can't do it.
Not that I'm aware of, but I will research the matter for you further.
All right, thank you.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Yeah.
Opposed to? Motion passes.
Thank you very much. The next item is also a schedule of an interfund advance to be repaid again to the General County Fund. This is from Catalog of Federal Domestic Assistance Grant number 66.202, which is your EPA Byron Clinton Wastewater Grant Fund. And we present that for your approval at this time.
Okay. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Curtis.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Yeah.
Opposed to? Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Your claims this morning are claim numbers 5,671 through 5,875. Since Mrs. Calhoun has left the meeting and the two items that have been separated out were per her request, we will pass over them and move to your claims over $100,000 this morning. The first of those is claim number 5,680 to United Healthcare JP Morgan Chase in the amount of $500,811.49 for health insurance for retirees and county employees.
What's the pleasure of the board?
So.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Is there a second? I'll second it. It's been moved and properly second. Mr. Stokes?
Mr. President, I have concerns. I don't mind. I know how important health insurance is, but we have a grand jury looking at a lot of different information. And I know this is confidential, and I know this is a public meeting, but some of the information I've read is this insurance thing. You know, I just think we need some kind of direction from legal or from Judge Green or somebody before I vote on any of these issues that the grand jury might be looking at that might come back to bite me later. So I just think that, you know, while the grand jury looking at all this kind of stuff, that it's best that we don't act on anything that they're looking at. Or we get permissions from Judge Green or from someone that says it's okay to vote on this. You know, I just feel uncomfortable knowing that she sent us a memo and told what they want us to provide, and I hope the county administrator and Ms. Woods providing everything that she requested. And this is some of the stuff that she's requested. I don't feel comfortable voting on it. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Before we vote, Mrs. Davis, can you give us any information on that? With your contact with Judge Green?
We have received the order and we will be complying with submitting any information that's available in our offices. And we will also pursue asking further questions regarding the concerns of the
Okay. Okay. It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Aye.
Opposed to?
Not voting, Mr. President.
One not voting? Two not voting? Motion passes. Okay, continue, please.
Thank you very much. The next, the remaining claims over $100,000 this morning are claim numbers 5,718 to AT&T in the amount of $132,007.19. And this is telephone service for 2 county offices and 911. Claim number 5,728 is to the Jackson Hinds Library System in the amount of $132,850. This is their August allotment. Claim number 5,815 is to Bancorp South Equipment Finance in the amount of $437,147.03. This is principal and interest on the Public Works lease purchase equipment. Claim number 5,860 is to Waste Pro Jackson in the amount of $181,589.63. And this is your residential garbage collection. Claim number 5,868 is to Quality Choice Correction in the amount of $179,833.33. This is your July medical service for inmates. Claim number 5,871 is to White Construction Company in the amount of $575,969.96 for Pod C Design and Reconstruction. And finally, claim number 5,874 is to Election Systems and Software in the amount of $1,239,601.35 for your digital scanning voting machines. We present those claims for your approval at this time.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board? What's the pleasure of the board?
So,
It's been moved. Is there a second? Is there a second? I'll second it. It's been moved and properly second. Discussion from Mrs. Calhoun.
No,
Your light, you don't want it? Okay,
it's not on.
okay. It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of? Opposed to?
Not vote, Mr. President.
One not voting. Motion passes. Continue, please.
Thank you very much. We'll go back to the two claims that Mrs. Calhoun has requested be separated out. The first of those is claim number 5,780 to Prince and Associates PLLC in the amount of $1,264.50 for attorney's fees as assistant to the board.
Yes, and my reason for having that claim separated is the fact that the board attorney's office is running a deficit, and the board needs to correct the deficit. Either allocate more funds or leave it as a deficit, but by law, he cannot continue to run a deficit within his department or her department.
Okay, all right. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Yes.
Opposed to?
Nay.
Motion passes. Continue, please.
Mr. President,
Go ahead, please.
let me just address Ms. Darby, Reeves Darby. I know she has to get back to school. Our Chancery Clerk generally stamps our seal on all resolutions, and she left it in the office this morning. So if you would like, you can dismiss yourself, and we'll make sure that you personally get the resolution. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, continue, Greta.
All right, the next claim.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you all had someone else with you. Could we just introduce the gentleman that's with you, please?
Yes, ma'am. Board Supervisor, I'm Hampton Thames, and I'm from Meridian as well. I'm the past chairman, but the annual program chairman, and my committee runs the week of that parents within Meridian. And so that's my job.
And well, let me just say, you all have an excellent program for young ladies, so I hope you keep it up, and I hope all of the sponsors keep coming.
Well, this is our 50th year we've been in Meridian, and that's our plan.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
okay,
Greta, continue.
have a good day.
Claim number 5,834 is to Chambers and Gaylor Law Firm in the amount of $870.40 this is for the Jackson HMA versus Hinds County matter.
What's the
So
pleasure of the
moved, Mr.
board?
President.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Yes.
Opposed to?
And let me again say my explanation is the same for voting no as earlier.
That one is actually paid out of the board's budget, not out of the board attorney's budget, just for your information. Okay?
Motion passes. Continue.
All right. The last item in your packet was the schedule of the grant claims on today's docket. They do appear to be in order this morning. Back to the remaining claims. Your claims are claim numbers 5,671 through 5,875. List claim numbers 5,680, 5,718, 5,728, 5,780, 5,815, 5,834, 5,860, 5,868, 5,871, and 5,874, which you have already approved. We present the remaining claims for your approval at this time.
What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Aye.
Opposed to?
No.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. We have the order approving the claims portion of the minutes for today, August 5th, 2013, for your approval.
It's a pleasure of the board.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second? I'll second it. It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Aye.
Opposed to?
No.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
We will continue.
Mr. President,
Mr. Walker?
let me make, before I forget it, the deputy clerk referenced the contracted group for residential garbage collection. It reminded me that the sheriff's department inmates do a great job of picking litter along county roads and 18 and what have you. However, on county roads, that waste in the garbage bags sometimes stays there 3, 4, and 5 days after it's been picked up. And I just want to, Mr. President, let you take it up with the county administrator, maybe dealing with that pickup a little more speedily than we see it in some places now. And I've received some calls to my office about that, and it is a legitimate concern.
Okay, Dr. Walker, that's noted, and we'll pass it on to the county administrator. Thank you very much.
That's a Public Works Director.
Okay. Well,
Let
now,
me just say also that our Public Works Departments assist the Sheriff's Department in that, in the mowing and cutting and pickup of the litter on 18 and Highway 80.
okay. We'll now continue with our printed agenda. We'll go to the Honorable Alfonso Hunter, Supervisor District 2. Supervisor Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Get on the right page. I'm gonna skip over the first 3 items. Bring them back up when we get a board attorney on board, because some of these gonna indulge into legal concerns. So we're gonna move right on to the update of Hinds County Agriculture High School. And I put that on the agenda because I have great concern and a great passion for that institution at Utica. However, it breaks my heart to be spending millions of dollars to upgrade correctional facilities and build new jails and talk about closing schools. So I asked that Dr. Muse and Vice President Jackson to come to the board, just kind of give us an update and to see where we can partner together to see what we can do to give this institution another chance at life. So if you guys would.
Dr. Muse, Dr. Jackson.
Thank y'all for coming.
Morning, Dr. Muse.
Good morning. Good to see each one of you here this morning, and thank you for the opportunity to come and be a part of the meeting this morning. I do appreciate Mr. Hunter's interest. He attended the session that we had at Edwards, and I got my first chance to meet him, and I appreciate his interest in this. passing to you is a document that has a sheet like this, which is an information sheet for you, which contains most of the things that I will talk about. You'll notice in there that the legislature had an interest in closing all three of the agricultural high schools in the state of Mississippi. There used to be a fourth one that was in Itawamba, and it was closed prior to this proposed legislation. The three are one at Coahoma County Agricultural High School, Forest County Agricultural High School, and Hinds Agricultural High School. The effort on their part was to be a part of a much larger school consolidation in the state of Mississippi. We were successful in getting them to have a study done. The study was done by the State Department of Education. And coming back from that study, the State Department of Education had a consultant, out-of-state consultant, that came in and did the work. And in the final analysis, they recommended closing Hinds Agricultural High School, leaving Forest County alone because it was a K-12 system with its own district, and placing the Coahoma in an early college high school setting, and they had their own district. They recommended closing Hinds AHS because of low enrollment and student achievement, low student achievement. We again went back to the legislature and testified to the fact of how important it was to this county to keep that agricultural high school going, and provided them with all the information you got in front of you about how many distinguished graduates came from that school and the great contribution that it made. As a result of that, those bills did not get out of committee. But we are faced with a situation in which I've got to report back to them as to what has happened. What we agreed that we would do was to try to get the enrollment up. The student enrollment is the problem. And that enrollment continues to go down. Obviously, I cannot in good conscience come to this board of supervisors and ask for any additional millage when I don't have students to educate. We've had the same millage, 0.54, ever since I have been here as superintendent of the school. And it would be sufficient if I could get the enrollment up to anywhere from 200 to 250 students. That has not come about. We made some special efforts this year. We had community meetings at Bolton, Edwards, Raymond, and Utica, and discussed where we were, and asked for the community's support in trying to get enrollment up. Dr. Jackson came on board with us about a week before we got high school started. She didn't have a lot of time, but she has spent a lot of time working with community leaders, church pastors, and others, trying to explain to them where we are with this and what possibilities we have for the future. Now, at a time when we're interested in students graduating from high school, this past year we had 100% of the senior class, which was 50 students, pass all the state tests and graduate. Now, there's a lot of other formula that gets in there, but the bottom line is we have an excellent record of graduating our students, and we believe that we can correct the academic achievement part of it. But the enrollment is another full question.
Okay. Supervisor Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Mears, we were in Utica giving away school supplies a few weeks ago. And some of the young people who came in to receive school supplies, some of the parents would ask whether they went to Hinds AHS, and some went to, I think, Raymond.
Right.
Okay. And I remember talking to you earlier part of this year, came up to Hinds AHS as a, I think, freedom of choice school where people can come all over the county.
That's correct.
To Hinds AHS. My suggestion would be to recruit, and I'm not trying to give you headaches. I know some of those in Jackson Public Schools, and I know Dr. Jackson can handle it. Some of those who thinking about dropping out or dropped out, don't the school system provide bus service to the school? Do you have trades also at the school? I guess I'm asking, do we have trade at the school also?
Yes, one of the things that we intend to do is to increase the career opportunities. Especially, we want to include them being able to dual enroll at the college trades program. You and I talked about that. You got some great ideas of what we can do. One of the strong points of Dr. Jackson's selection, she had a great background in high school administration. She comes to us from the executive director of high school Jackson. She's a Hinds Countyan, and she has put untold energy into this already. She got some great ideas. I just don't know, you know, if with the numbers that we've got now, what, 156, 159, it's gonna be very difficult for us to make a budget, because last year we reduced down, really our surplus down to about $15,000.
When is the deadline for kids to enroll?
Good morning, everyone. There actually is no deadline with this open enrollment school. Students can enroll at any time. However, in accordance to the Mississippi Department of Ed, they do have a certain time before the home school would have to claim them. So even if they came after November 1, they still would be a part of the school that they came from as far as testing is concerned. But for us, the open enrollment school, there is no deadline to enroll.
They would have to come, excuse me, to Utica to register. How would registration work?
They can just come to the school and come to the administrative office and fill out the application process.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Dr. It's an excellent idea about young people maybe that have dropped out of school that may really need an education. And we may be able to address that now and in the future.
Definitely. Again, we are working tirelessly with the administration at the school to discern what the issues have been in the past, as well as working with the staff and trying to strengthen the instructional process. One of our goals in our plans are to ensure that our students can dual enroll across the street, right on the same campus at Utica, Hinds Community College Utica campus. And I think that would be an opportunity for all students, not just for students who have dropped out or students who literally that have some challenges in high school, but all students, because we have academic courses over there as well. So a high-performing student can also benefit from being a part of that process. I really just think that the school has a lot of potential and it has a lot of opportunities that I just think that the public is not aware of, and that's why we're trying to get the word out that we do exist. And we are open enrollment to any student or any parent to any student who lives in Hinds County. And we can provide a quality education there. And we are diligently working day to day
monitoring the instructional process there, as well as working with the administration and Mississippi Department of Ed. I have been working with them every day, trying to ensure that we can put some things in place to ensure our students are receiving rigorous instruction and performing successfully as any other high school in the state of Mississippi. So it's a work in progress. As Dr. Muse stated, I was appointed maybe a week before school started at that school, but have been diligently working every day with that staff to see what we can do to increase it. So I just challenge everyone to give us a chance to support the school, support the administration, support us as we look at what we're going to have to do to ensure that it is sustained and that it is successful.
Okay, Dr. Walker and then Supervisor Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Then we'll go back to Dr. Muse.
Dr. Jackson is nothing short of a miracle worker because of what happened at Forest Hill. So, Dr. Muse, I think everything's in good hand, provided that the things that are needed, fall in place. Along the lines of what Supervisor Stokes mentioned by, approaching folk who may have dropped out, older students, for example, the fact that that campus, AHS, is right there with the Utica branch of Hinds, offers some unique possibilities for dual enrollment, which is one of the big and growing things now. So maybe if some kind of package was put together, a whole lot of people could be attracted, I think, a good number, enough to at least make it look much, much better rather than somebody just arbitrarily closing it. But I think that may be one possibility that you could look at.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. We intend to do that, already have things in place to do that, as well as to expand the career program.
Yes.
We had an opportunity to employ a new agricultural teacher, and Dr. Jackson has had a lot of discussion about totally changing that curriculum and make it more relevant to what is needed out there with the jobs in the agriculture section. And we're going to be doing that with every opportunity that we have. I particularly want to thank Mr. Stokes for providing some school supplies for our children. A lot of people don't realize, but there's sometimes just a small difference between being able to go to school and not being able to. And that school has helped so many people over the years. And I think, given an opportunity, we can still do it. Right now, if you ask me budget-wise, I can't tell you because I don't know what the legislature is going to approve as far as funding for K-12 education. There's a lot of unanswered questions. But if you ask me right now, I'm about $72,000 down that I've got to work to get up.
Okay, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Dr. Muse, Dr. Jackson. You stated the .54 millage. When I was going through budget hearing, my concern was that was Hinds AHS properly funded per capita per student as Raymond High or as Terry High? Is it adequate? The quality is adequate, because I know it's a lot of competition, so you won't be on a level playing field.
We very definitely are. That's the reason that I would be asking this board to add to that. You provide already 41% of all the funding for that school. That represents close to $6,000 per student. That is an excellent amount. It's not the top amount in the state, but it's very good. And it would compare with any other schools in this area. So it's not a funding issue. The issue is being able to convince on a freedom of choice basis. And that had been this way when the school, we first got that done, it had close to 800 enrolled. But as the desegregation process has taken place in all the schools, and Clinton and Jackson, Bolton and Edwards and Terry and so on. It has not been one in which we've been on top of to say you can get something here that you can't get anywhere else. And we're gonna start taking that message, and those flyers and stuff that you see in there, some of the things that we've already produced that in the community, you saw them when we were over at Edwards. And we just got to work at that student enrollment. That's a big thing.
Okay. Any other questions, comments for Dr. Muse?
Mr. President,
Mr. Stokes?
Dr. Jackson, you know, I know of your work, and if anyone can turn this around, I know you can. And Dr. Muse, I've seen some of the positive changes with Hinds Junior College, Jackson branch. I had a neighbor who went to Raymond on yesterday. We have a youth summit on Wednesday at Lindale High School, and some of the young people made a bad choice and dropped out, but some of them are good students. And if we can find a way, and like I said, I think the key issue with Hinds HS is the freedom of choice. I think this is the last, one of the very few freedom of choice schools left in the state of Mississippi.
I think it's the only one.
I think we can create a win-win where we can get some of the kids who might be on the wrong track back on the right track by putting them in an education environment. And I think Hinds HS might be it. If some of you can come to Lindale Wednesday at 6, we're gonna see, can we get you some of those parents, some of those young people, and let them know that Hinds might be the answer. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Muse, Dr. Jackson. We appreciate you coming this morning. We'll continue with our printed agenda. We'll now go to Supervisor Calhoun, District 3.
Thank you, Mr. President. As most of us know, the Jackson Zoological Park has been confronted with some accreditation concerns due to a drop in attendance as a result a reduction in revenues. And this morning I have on the agenda a resolution requesting this board to support the endeavors of the zoo. Greta, I gave you the resolution to stamp. Could you give it back, please? I won't read everything that's listed in the resolution, but just enough to convey.
Mr. President, Supervisor Calhoun, I asked Beth to come to the board meeting today. Could we join them and instead of having her come up on my item where we can bring up now and we can do the resolution and hear from the director at the same time?
Right.
That'd be fine.
Okay.
Okay.
The resolution reads, the Board of Supervisors of Hinds County, Mississippi supports the valuable contributions the Jackson Zoological Park makes to the care and conservation of captive exotic animals, as well as their important contributions to research, public education, and recreation. Whereas the zoo serves up to 167,000 visitors annually, with 47% from the Jackson metro area, 43% from other Mississippi counties, and 10% from other states, with more than 90% of its visitors being families with children under 12 with their accompanying parents or grandparents. The zoo serves every segment of the population, creating a wonderfully diverse audience. Now therefore be it resolved, the Hinds County Board of Supervisors expresses a renewed dedication of support to the Jackson Zoological Park and their efforts in the preservation of animal, wildlife, and nature, and an invigorated attempt at fostering preserving conservation projects. Moreover, we resolve to encourage the citizens of Hinds County to engage in programs, activities, and ceremonies that encourages public participation and awareness of the importance of the zoo in wildlife conservation. It is the sincere hope of this board that the Jackson Zoo will continue to operate in its present location, becoming a catalyst for change and the renewal of the surrounding community. So resolved and ordered this the 19th day of August 23rd, and I so move.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Mr. President.
Question for Mr. Stokes.
Mr. President, if I could, I'd like to ask the director a few questions first.
Okay.
Thank you.
And when she finishes, I would like for the board via a letter, pledge support for $10,000.
Yes.
Now, was that 10,000 coming from your recreation fund?
No, they will be coming from our 2014 fiscal year budget.
Okay. Mr. Stokes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bev, again, I'm gonna thank you for coming. Some years back, we had a conversation about the zoo, and we had a conversation. At that point, I suggested that the zoo spread out of the gates, and let's try to get an aquarium over on the other side of Park Place, Texas Avenue, where you got abandoned properties and things of that nature. And I think if I remember right, you said that the city owned the zoo and the property. And I said, I hope that your board would either do a study and bring it to the city to make those needed changes. It didn't happen, and I hear people complaining about the surroundings of the zoo. I live a rock throw away from the zoo. When I grew up as a young man, we used to hear the lions roar. You know, and that's a long time ago, but at the zoo, you had those kind of animals. The lions roared and those kind of things, which probably don't happen now. We got to do something to help the zoo. That's not the question. Everybody know that. It's a plan to bring sure I have the correct, medical corridor down Woodrow Wilson. Part of the plan in every presentation they have made was the zoo and the golf course. Now we hear people saying, well, let's move the zoo to, what's the name of the?
To where?
There's, only thing I know is there's, in talking with the mayor of Jackson, there are 2 locations that have been presented, and I don't know if that has actually been formally presented, but 2 locations.
We only heard one, and that's the one over off of Lakeland.
Yes. Well, the other location is that, and I don't know if this has been verified, is the Lakeland Drive location and or another county.
Okay, now, this is, you don't have to worry about the zoo moving to another county because it's Jackson Zoo. And we have a contract with y'all and all of that. So the issue with Lakeland Drive is that, and I rode through there Saturday, going to see the activity at the museum. It's a shame that we get to this level in this city that people saying they don't want to come to the zoo because it's run down, it's black people over there. I don't think that y'all had a robbery or killing or anything like that at the zoo. But perception is there, I understand. But at the same time, if you move to Lakeland, then a lot of people not gonna go over Lakeland because they don't feel comfortable at Lakeland. Now, 2 issues now. One is the medical corridor. Whether the zoo, the medical corridor, and the city can work together to make this a reality. Because the golf course and the zoo was part of the building blocks for the medical corridor. If we're gonna have people coming from all over the United States and all over the world for this medical corridor like they're saying. Now, in terms of the neighborhood, you know, anybody been to the Bronx Zoo in New York know that that neighborhood look worse than where our zoo is located, and it's steady growing. So we know neighborhood is not a major issue when they come to zoos. Now, how do we help you not lose accreditation? That's the issue I think we want to deal with today. At another meeting, another time, we can deal with these issues about safety and neighborhood, because I still think an aquarium is what we need on the other side of the street, because we take young people on trips all the time to Atlanta, to New Orleans, and we go to the aquarium. Young people love it. Older people love aquariums. Aquariums are good, but at the same time, we got to do more with the zoo we have now because it's kind of outdated and it's not as modern. You know, some people suggest the train. Let's take the train through the zoo instead on the outside of the zoo, so that, you know, people can see more and do more. And finally, I've always suggested a free day. You know, Tuesday might be like, let's have a free day where people who can't afford it can come to the zoo, and let's get everybody on board with the zoo. Thank you, and I'll be glad to hear your response.
Thank you, Mr. Stokes, and Mr. President, Board of Supervisors. Thank you also for the resolution, Supervisor Calhoun. I always enjoy an opportunity to talk about the zoo, so you have to watch when you give me a soapbox to address what's going on at our Jackson Zoo. I also want to introduce, we have our board president with me today, Mr. Eric Strassner as well. The zoo is indeed struggling. It's been a nonprofit since about the mid-'80s. It is on city property. What we have experienced is a drop of attendance from about 7 years ago, about 180,000, now to last year, about 117,000. One good thing that is happening this year, we are seeing, compared to last year, an increase again. We have an increase in comparison of about another 20,000 visitors. I think it's the splash pad. I think that in today's zoo, you want your families to enjoy all types of activities. It's not just looking at animals, even though animals are the main focus. You need to have special activities, and also in the Mississippi hot summers, we found the splash pad was the best thing. So we hope that with that continued investment, we can continue to do new things for children and families as well. The accreditation issue is a big concern for us. The number one thing that our accreditation team looks at when they come is, are you sustainable? Is funding there? Is Jackson ready to keep a zoo? I obviously vote very much so with them that yes, I think Jackson wants a zoo. I think also that the city is going to rally and increase a bit of its support, so I can take that in front of the AZA Commission when I appear before them on September the 8th and share that as well. They're just looking for solid signs of continued support and that we can erase the debt that we carry. Over the last 7 years, every time we missed the projections of attendance, we added debt year after year. We want to erase that debt with the city's support. We are looking for city support to do repairs and improvements. I appreciate what Hinds County already does with a lot of our improvement work. And the more support letters, information, and also funding that I can take in front of that commission, that is how we'll hang on to accreditation. That's the main thing the board is looking at right now. We also are in the midst of a study with a consultant that'll go on for quite some time, where we looked at options, and we continue to look at those options. Expansion at our current site is indeed one of those options. Looking at possible other sites, again, just an option. But the zoo has no plans to close or no plans to move. We need to continue with business as usual in the next year or so.
Okay, let me do this. Let me go ahead and vote on the resolution. All those in favor of?
Yes.
Opposed to? Motion passes. Is there any other questions, comments, or statements from the board as it relates to this issue?
Just one final thing. Somewhere they brought up the issue of saying Ms. Wilson was not a member of that board, and I ran her down, and I know when I appointed her to Ward 3, she was excited, and she said she's still a member of the board, and that she come to meetings and everything else. And I said it was reported somewhere that Ward 3 didn't have a member on the board. She said that's not true. So I guess I need to ask you to verify that Ms. Wilson is still an active member of the board.
Yes, Serena is a very active member of the board. We have 3 spots from city appointments still open, and that's 2, 6, and 5.
Not 3?
Not 3, no sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hunter, you have something, or?
You indicated there was other option sites. What site would be an option, and how much property? Because I understand that some of the animals you no longer can keep there because you didn't have enough space. I don't know whether it was the elephant or.
The elephant, what our issue was there is that we could not keep a herd. Again, this was in accreditation time. We could only keep 2.
Okay.
So it was indeed not being able to raise the $10 million to expand where we currently were. When I say looking at other sites, again, we're looking at, are we going to be a 30-acre zoo, a 50-acre zoo? But one thing that is definite is we are staying in Jackson. We're not looking at moving outside of it.
Because also I look at the zoo as a major economic impact. And, you know, I know trends and time change and move and change is hard to adapt sometimes. But how would we fund moving to another site if that came down to that, to sustain?
If I could address that question, I'm Eric Strassner, Board President.
Just speak a little bit closer to the mic.
Yes, sir.
please.
Unlike the gentleman who's saying this morning, I do need a microphone.
Okay.
I'm Eric Strassner, I'm the President of the Board of the Zoo, and I appreciate the question. Although with respect, I would say the question is premature. We are not even analyzing what it would cost to move. What we are analyzing at this point is whether or not we can remain. And if showing the AZA we can be viable at the location where we are. The information that we have gathered is that for a metropolitan area our size, we should be attracting closer to 300,000 visitors. And right now we're at 117. This year obviously is an upward trend. So while there's a lot of chatter out there, and obviously we're hearing it too, the chatter isn't necessarily coming from us. And I want the board to be very clear on that.
Thank you very much. We'll go back to Supervisor Calhoun.
Thank you, Mr. President. In order to show additional support, I'm asking this board to grant the Jackson Zoological Park $10,000 to assist with pathway and walkway in the entrance area of the zoo. And I'm requesting that we set aside $10,000 in our 2014 fiscal year budget.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second.
Out of recreation fund, right, Mr. President?
In the budget or? Oh, I see where you're going. Okay. It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Yes.
Opposed to? Motion passes.
Keep up the good work, man.
Thank you very much.
You can make it happen.
And if
Because
you
I
would
think you
come-
went through accreditation a few years ago, right?
Every 4 to 5 years, yes, sir.
And if you have a card or somewhere you can leave, because I have some ideas that hopefully we can do some things together.
I have
on
a
this.
card in the packet that she passed out, and
Thank you very
I'd love
much.
to hear them.
Thank you. Mrs. Calhoun, continue. Is that it?
We will forward the letter to you.
Okay. Anything else? Ms. Calhoun?
No.
Yeah, okay. All right, we'll continue our printed agenda. We'll now go to the Honorable Robert Walker, District 4.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to abbreviate mine as much as I can this morning. First off, we're going to delay the discussion on grants to our first meeting in September. Ms. Davis and I have already talked about that. So we'll have our grant staff appear before this board at the first meeting in September. Secondly, and this is not listed with my items, but we have with us today the chief of the fire department at Byron, Mr. Robinson. And we did visit last week and talked about some things. And I'd like for, Mr. President, this board to take up, if possible, the matter regarding radios in Byron at our first meeting next month, okay? To give everybody a chance to discuss it, think about it, and see whether, if anything, can be done to address his request. On Davis Road Park, I've been visiting subdivisions and parks and things like that, and I think that park has a whole lot of potential. It's going to require some work and everything, and I thought it might be appropriate, Mr. President and members of the board, to just offer that at some point, we probably need to get somebody who understands parks and come before this board and talk about the possibilities and benefits of a countywide recreation parks and recreation commission. You can piecemeal stuff and still not get anything worthwhile done. And this is not in reference to the $50,000 request for Edwards this morning, but we need something organized and coordinated. We don't have anyone on staff who has expertise in parks and recreation, and maybe we need to get somebody in who can talk with us about the possibilities and benefits of a countywide parks and recreation commission that could interact with established groups in the county. So I'm just offering that as something we could do in the future. But back to Davis Road in particular, there are 5 lighted fields out there that get no big use from the public. There are a couple of groups that may lease it for a month here or 5 months there, but I think we can get much, much more out of it, especially with those 5 lighted fields right there together and a concession center that we probably need to look at taking bids on the use of that, which could generate some funds to go back into recreation and for the benefit of the county. So much for that. The final thing I want to mention this morning, and I see Reverend McQuaid here, who handles our permits and zoning, who I think has begun something quite good, and that is he's been working on subdivision regulations. And I wanted to offer this morning that the Board of Supervisors gives its total support to that, and that Mr. Perkins, who coordinates the whole fireside and is the acting Emergency Operations Center Director, work very closely, because we have to do something to make settlements in Hinds County attractive. And I think we can do that through focusing on the subdivision regulations, on the streets, possibly curb and gutter, areas set aside for recreation, especially in the more remotely located areas. And we have to do something about enhancing fire protection. I understand that there's a need to have lines, water lines that are at least 8 inches. Am I right on that? About 8 inches to make it attractive. If somebody builds a $800,000 house, you don't want a 2-inch water line that you can't get any protection from. You want something adequate that at least gives you a fighting chance to contain the fire and not let the whole structure burn. But there are a whole lot of things that need to be done to make them attractive. Now, one thing that I'd like to offer this morning is that there are a whole lot of big trucks going in and tearing up streets in subdivisions. And we've got to make them pay the price. And we also, we'll get with Public Works, but I think some of these streets, some of these subdivisions need to have weight limits on the vehicles that can go in there. And we need to make some people pay and have alternate entrances to these subdivisions. I know in most subdivisions, it's one way in, and I'm getting ready to finish, one way out. And they're tearing up sometimes good streets and sometimes streets that are not done the way they should be done according to regulations that we really need. So I just wanted to visit, and I think everybody needs to come together on that. It'll make settlement, living, development in Hinds County, the rural areas, much more attractive. And we can build a better population base here.
Okay, so noted. Thank you very much, Supervisor Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. President. While we're dealing with the issue of subdivisions, we had some people that was at our last meeting, and Mr. Felix, we said we'll have some information for them in terms of the road work that need to be done. Could you bring us up to speed how much you crunched the numbers to be for the help of that subdivision, please?
You need to come to the podium, and while you're coming, I'll just say to Dr. Walker, I believe that we did establish a recreation board with the county about 3 or 4 years ago, with each supervisor appointing one member, but we never followed through on that particular board. We did establish it, but no one was ever appointed, so we can check back through the record to see if we did, and maybe go ahead and appoint that or establish that particular board.
Very good.
Okay.
May I say this before Mr. Felix responds to Supervisor Stokes? In some cases, there's a need for bridges in subdivisions rather than culverts. You know what I mean? I went through one where the culvert has just gone down. It's probably a 2-foot drop from the level of the street. And it would appear to me that there are a couple where I have seen some bridges that I don't want to drive across them, okay? Let me just put it like that. So a whole lot of attention needs to be given bridges in subdivisions, and sometimes bridges instead of culverts that go through to hold things together. And I just wanted to mention that, and maybe as we improve the subdivision regulations, we can take those things into account.
Okay. Go ahead.
Supervisor Stokes, I think you're inquiring about Midway Estates.
Yes.
There's three roads in Midway Estates. That's Midway Estates Drive, Midway Estates Terrace, and Midway Heights. To repair those roads and resurface them, we have calculated it would cost $486,000. That includes materials and labor and equipment. But if it's just materials, it'd be about $350,000.
Could you get with, some of them are here today, with them after you make your presentations, and because I know they said that they would try to even help with the cost, so we can find out what kind of formula we can use. And at the next meeting, we can have some on the agenda to take a formal vote on, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Supervisor Stokes, continue.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm gonna bring up Mrs. Davis with Alignment Jackson. She's with the United Way, Nashville, Tennessee. They started a program, and it started with United Way to try to get the business community and the schools on the same page. And I think it's one city, maybe in Illinois, and Jackson is the third city. They're looking at Alignment Jackson in terms of education. And what I want to do is kind of let all of us know what's taking place, what we need to do, how can we make the school system better. Ms. Davis, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Supervisor Stokes, and to the board, Mr. President, thank you all for allowing me to be here this morning. What you have that's being passed out to you includes some material about Jackson Public Schools and the other school districts in our area in Hinds County. So I'd like to turn your attention first to that so that you can see what some of the numbers are currently in terms of graduation rates. I think it's very important that we understand where we are and what we're dealing with. These numbers came directly from Mississippi Department of Education, and they're for the year 2011-2012, so do know that we'll be receiving new data coming out in the next couple of months from the Department of Education. But currently, Jackson Public Schools is listed at 62.9%, and you'll find that in the far right-hand column under the 4-year graduation rate. We have word from the superintendent that that has actually increased to 64%. So we're looking forward to receiving some of those numbers later this fall. We also know that students who are reading on grade level by the end of 3rd grade are much more likely to graduate from high school, actually 90% more likely to graduate from high school, less likely to be incarcerated, and less likely to need public assistance. So we know that there are things that we can do early on to help our students succeed and graduate from high school. We know that the 62.9% graduation rate for Jackson Public Schools is indicative of all of the high schools that are in JPS. However, there are some high schools that have a much higher graduation rate, some scoring in the low 80s, and then there are others that have a much lower graduation rate. So one of the things that I really want to impress upon the audience and upon the board is that this is not something that the school district alone can solve. This is something that is going to take the entire community to wrap its arms around our children and around our families in order to address. It takes more than a village to increase and improve graduation rates. And just to give you a little bit of background information, about 5 years ago, United Way embarked on a partnership with America's Promise Alliance, which was started by General Colin Powell and his wife, Alma Powell. And we believe, along with America's Promise Alliance, that children who receive 5 promises, the 5 promises, are much more likely to graduate from high school on time, prepare for college, work, and life. And those promises include caring adults, safe places, a healthy start, and effective education and opportunities to help others. So as a part of that work, Jackson, Mississippi was chosen along with 11 other cities, including Oakland, California, New York City, Nashville, Tennessee, New Orleans, Houston, Louisville, Kentucky, and others, to receive technical assistance from America's Promise Alliance. With that support, we were able to then conduct focus groups with about 165 parents and students in the JPS feeder patterns that we've been targeting, which include Supervisor Stokes, Lanier High School, Wingfield High School, and Provine High School. Those have been our targets for the last 4 years, really trying to find out what can we do to support those schools, support those families in improving those graduation rates. We do know that both Lanier and Provine High School have actually increased their graduation rate over the last 4 years, so we're very encouraged by that and really excited about it. What we also discovered is that it really, in order for all of us to be able to work together, we need a process to do so. And that's what we were able to discover, as Supervisor Stokes mentioned, from Nashville, Tennessee. The Nashville developed a process for collaboration that was organized and efficient and allowed entities such as the state, the city, the school district, the chamber, county, all to work together and in coordination, and also provided a process for nonprofit organizations and foundations to be able to work closely with the schools in a coordinated effort. What has happened in the past in many different areas is that organizations have worked directly with schools, but sometimes on their own missions, not necessarily on what the school district strategic plan is. And so now what we've been able to do by developing a relationship with the district is to focus in on the strategic plan of Jackson Public Schools. And we are hoping that the rest of the community will say, how can we help to improve academic achievement by supporting the strategic plan of Jackson Public Schools?
Let me stop you right there, because what you got is so good, and I want to thank you for that. Mr. President, I asked her to come because this is an initiative that's really gaining ground, and the way it worked in Nashville, they got different business people to commit and work with them, different areas. I think one city, young people won't get in law, had that kind of school, medicine and like that. What we have, and I hope that you give a Reverend Starwood, because I think family court gonna have to be involved with this, because, you know, when you look at these grades and the ranking of some of these schools, you would think everybody at the school had to be slow. But when you take the average, and like we can say 3 people in here, any 3 you want to take, the first row, 1 can make 100, 2 can make zeros, those zeros will make that 100 an F. So it's not showing the true character
You know, some of those kids who coming from a house with no parents, mom on crack, and no father, well, they pulling down other kids' scores. And we beg the school system not to put those kids out of school, because some school districts, they put them out to keep the scores up high. Now, do you put them on the street and let them become gangster thugs and hustlers, and you gonna have to take care of them in your jail system, or you educate them? In some kind of way, I think the only way, and I just the rebel start with a lot, is gonna be family court gonna have to help. What you're doing is good, because we need to see raw numbers. We ask for them, but we very seldom see the raw numbers. We don't know, I don't know how many supervisors do know, the graduation, not the rate, but the number of people who graduate from this school versus the ones that's not graduating. And you know, and I hope we can get that information from you. But again, we want to thank you for giving us an overview. And we'll bring you back because we got other things on the agenda. But I think you'll do a good job on what you're trying to do. And keep up the good work. You're a young person, which make it even better in trying to talk and work with some of these young people.
Thank you so much.
God bless you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming. And before I go any further with Supervisor Stokes, I'd like to recognize Representative Dixon from Bolton, who's here in the audience, and just wanted to tell her thank you. Representative Dixon, along with retiree, I believe it's Mr. McGinnis back there from Hinds County. We still claim you, so there's no problem with that. Thank you very much. Supervisor Stokes, continue. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Calhoun. I'm sorry, Ms. Calhoun had her light on.
Ms. Davy, I have a question, please. Let me just say, when you walked up, Supervisor Walker proudly leaned over to me and said, "She's one of my students, my oldest student." I do have a question, please. Looking at the performance classifications, it appears that our elementary schools are outperforming our middle and high schools. What can be contributed to that fact?
Well, I would first have to say that I can't answer that as a school district representative. But secondly, that we have to look at all of the different factors that are involved. So as Supervisor Stokes stated earlier, some things are family issues, some things are students not receiving the interventions that they may have needed early on. A large part actually could be contributed to students going from learning to read to reading to learn, and that usually happens between the 3rd and 4th grade or 4th and 5th grade. We also know that there are many families, unfortunately, that have decided to choose another school district home after elementary. And we also have many more elementary schools than we do middle or high school. So there are a number of contributing factors to that, but we'd have to have someone from the school district to really delve into that research to give us an analysis of it.
Okay. Thank you very much for all that information. We really appreciate it. Supervisor Stokes, continue.
Mr. President. Mr. President, again, I want to thank Beth for coming from the zoo. So we've had that item. On number 3, Mr. President, I want to make a motion, and I move that we give Mr. Hawthorne a 90-day mosquito spraying contract. And what we want to do, they'll give us enough time to really look at a long-term contract for mosquito spraying. But currently, we don't have anyone spraying, and even though West Nile is not as bad this year as in past years, we don't want any person in this county to be bitten by mosquito, contract West Nile, and then pass. So I so move that we give a 90-day contract to Hawthorne Pest Control.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second? Mr. Walker?
I would think that, and we'd like to see people in this community protected, but we want to make sure that we do things in accordance with state law that we are required to follow. And even though it may be 90 days, I think it would be appropriate to put out an RFP for that abbreviated 90-day effort. And I would think, and I want to make sure that I'm following the law.
Okay.
Maybe the county administrator can speak to that, or the attorney we have can speak to that. I'm not, against awarding, something duly earned to anyone. But I just want to make sure that, our actions are proper.
Okay.
If I could address the issue of state regulations, we have researched from staff that there are state regulations as it relates to emitting chemicals into the atmosphere. And so I'm not sure if this contractor is able to do that. We need to sit and speak with him on that and make sure he's aware of the regulations in providing this type of service.
Well, I know Mr. Hathorn has been in business for years and has done a remarkable job. And I think I'm aware that he's certified to dispense with chemicals and all of that. My concern is with the process. What is the process that we have to follow in awarding even a 90-day contract to do service? And incidentally, Mr. President, well, let's finish this and I'll come back to that. So that's my question.
Okay.
Right. I know that Attorney General opinion was given to the county, and I will defer to the board attorney on that issue.
Previously, the board had requested an opinion from the Attorney General.
I can't hear you.
Previously, the board had requested an Attorney General opinion as to whether mosquito spraying was a professional service. And on March the 22nd, 2013, the Attorney General opined that a bid did not have to be taken for mosquito spraying if commodities were not involved. We were not purchasing chemicals.
That I didn't hear that last part. A bid.
On March the 22nd, 2013, the Attorney General opined that as long as the county was not purchasing chemicals, only a service, that a contract for mosquito spraying would not have to be bid out. I think at the discretion of the board, there was a bid taken, but in the contract presented to the board by Mr. Hathorn, we're only purchasing professional services. But I would like for the board to pay attention to the environmental regulations as well, in their determination to accept the contract from any contractor.
Okay, what I'm really asking here is guidance on the difference between bidding for a contract and then offering a contract through an RFP. And even for professional services, I think there might be a need to have an RFP. So, and I'm just seeking guidance on that.
I believe the board has previously decided to go through the RFP process. And as a result of that process, we had the two vendors. And Mr. Williams and his office has done a good job in terms of outlining what those procedures are for the RFP.
Yeah, well, it's, and I'm sure the board has done a great job in the past. We want to just, tune in on what the law is.
Okay. Mrs. Calhoun.
Mr. Clarence Williams has done extensive research regarding the regular EPA's, the Department of Environment, or EPA's regulations, and I would like to hear.
Mr. Williams, would you come to the podium, please?
Mr. President,
Good morning.
to the board. I have done a lot of research concerning.
Speak a little bit directly into the mic. So we can hear.
Research concerning what the board and the county would be required to do prior to discharging pesticides into the air. And there are a number of things, like a notice of intent, which we have to provide to EPA and to MDEQ prior to allowing someone to spray on our behalf. The county is defined as a decision maker and a major entity because we would be serving a population of more than 10,000. And along with that, we would also have to have in place a pesticide discharge management plan that would be based on surveillance and knowing where things are and what they are prior to allowing anyone to spray on our behalf. if we were to do those things without the proper documentation, we would be subject to $37,000 a day fine per incident. And that's just with EPA.
Dr. Walker. I'm sorry, hold just one second. Ms. Kellum, were you finished?
Yes.
Dr. Walker.
Well, my question is, and I think we've gone through a number of things to have reached the point where the past meeting, I think this board was ready to offer a bid, a contract to someone who had done some work. So I'm sure we're knowledgeable about all that's required. My question goes right to the heart of what are we required to do in a situation like this? Can we just arbitrarily give someone, a contract, even for spraying? Or is there a requirement that we issue the RFP beforehand?
Mr. Walker, we did issue an RFP and we had one respondent, but
For the 90-day?
No, I mean, for a integrated mosquito management program, not just spraying. And even prior to spraying, if that was all you were gonna do, you would still have to have the notice of intent and the pesticides discharge or management plan in place before you could even authorize someone to do it on our behalf.
Because I'd be in favor of awarding if we met the prerequisites of the requirements for taking action. So that's all I'm asking. It's not.
Well, we have not, on the count of bad, we have not met those.
So, and how long would it take to do that?
Well, we would have to have a contract with someone to do all of that surveillance and other things prior to allowing the spraying to take place.
Okay, Supervisor Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have Mr. Hot Dog to come forward, please. I know when we got in an emergency situation before, we asked him to bail us out, and the same thing we doing today. I think that's what we did in the past. And Mr. Hot Dog, you can explain to me if we're doing anything different today than we did in the past when you bailed us out with a short-term spraying contract. Is this the procedure we went through before, sir? And the next question is, are you qualified? And I know this is an emergency because we're treating it as an emergency, so Mr. Hot Dog.
Good morning, good morning.
Come on.
What we're talking about now that's different from in the past is the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System. We have worked with the city using this system since its inception. So what we have to do now, instead of just going out and simply spraying, we have to justify if we have a mosquito problem. That is done through surveillance, tracking. And you all know that we have a mosquito problem. So that's really not a problem. It is not a problem to obtain that permit that's necessary. It's a simple process, and we have dealt with it for the last 2 years. And what it simply says is, if you are going to spray more than 6,400 acres of territory, then you must get a permit, you must have a pesticide management plan, and you must keep records. The person that's the contractor must keep records as to what chemicals he's using, what type of chemicals he is using, the area where he is doing servicing. We must keep good maintenance on the machines, calibration. Let me see what it is. There's a number of things that we already do on the FIFA, which is it regulates where we put chemicals, the kind of chemicals we put out. This is normal for us in this business. A lot of things have been said about this Discharge Act, but it's not as complicated as it's been made to be. Now, we have been in the pest control, the mosquito abatement program for 25 years.
Yeah, at least.
That's just on the mosquito
Yeah.
abatement. We've been citizens, Hathorne Pest Control have been citizens of Hinds County for 36 years. Of that 25 years in the mosquito abatement, we have not had not one violation, not one infraction, not one warning. This can be verified through the Bureau of Plant Industry website. We wouldn't dare do anything to jeopardize your finances, because that would be kind of like, for us, going out, getting a goose, with that lady golden egg. We would be kidding our own customers. We wouldn't do that. So, in other words, let me just conclude by saying this. It has not been, as the young lady said, there's not been a change in state law. This is a professional service. There's no bid requirement. That's what Dr. Barker. There's no bid.
And let me just set the record straight. I never questioned whether you were reputable or not, because I indicated earlier that, you had done a good job and all of that.
Yes.
So, I just wanted to cleanse the record on that matter. What I think is at stake here is whether what we want to do is being done properly. For example, if there, and correct me if I'm wrong, if someone is hired to do something as an emergency, you have to first declare an emergency. Am I right? An emergency has to be declared. And then, once declared, you then go to take whatever actions that you are. Now, we are at a point in the fiscal year, less than a month before our budget for next year has to be approved. And we would think that even with a professional service arrangement, that we would want to know, what is it going to cost us, okay? And I'm just going down the road, and I think public officials need to go down. At least this public official feels that he needs to go down that road.
Can I speak to
So it would appear to me now, if there is an emergency, why not declare the situation, documenting that it is an emergency? And then you take whatever other actions are necessary and appropriate after that declaration.
Okay, go ahead, Doug.
Let me speak to this cost factor. The county has have two proposals. One would cost the city $70,000 more a year. Our proposal would save the taxpayers of Hinds County that much money over, and we have had that proposal in since last year.
This is the one that we received this morning?
Since last year. We have not changed. Only thing that have changed on that is the date. The other proposal that you have received was around $19,000 a year. Our proposal from last year was it was $19,000 a month. Now, our proposal has been on the table since last year, and it's been $17,065 per month. Now, we have served the city, the county, many years, and have given satisfactory service. We would like to continue that service. With no violation, no citizen has been harmed, and thank goodness this year we only have 3 cases of West Nile. So we would think that the best that we could do now is eliminate as many of these mosquitoes before next spring. This 3-month contract will go a long ways in doing that, and then it would then give you a time to decide what you really want to do. for the full year next year.
Well, yeah, and I'm sure you will understand me. When I got here this morning, these two documents were provided me. I had no idea prior to looking at the agenda that a contract for mosquito spraying would be a matter that came before us. So I'm really cold. And you have to look at the procedural aspects of it, whether it's following the procedures that we are supposed to follow. And I think maybe if it's an emergency, the declaration that there is an emergency needs to be made.
Okay. Any other comments from Mrs. Calhoun?
Yes, the county requested in RFP a proposal, I believe about a month ago, and that proposal is still on the table. So this board either needs to reject that proposal or move to accept the proposal.
I believe, if you remember correctly, about 2 meetings ago, the board did reject that proposal.
Okay, I didn't recall the board
Yeah,
rejected.
it rejected that proposal
So
about
did
two
we go back
meetings
out
ago.
for an RFP?
No, ma'am. No, I think the board wanted to further consider the RFP issue because there was only one bidder. So the board had questions on that, and I guess there was further discussion on how we're pursuing this.
Okay, I was absent at that.
Okay.
So where tonight, Nathan?
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Mr. Hathorn? Thank you very much.
Yeah, one question.
Supervisor Hunter.
You mentioned 6,400 square acres.
6,400 acres.
At that threshold, 6,400 acres, how many acres are we anticipate on spraying under this proposal?
Under this 3-month proposal, we would surpass that 6,400 acres. And you would need a permit, and you would need a mosquito discharge management plan, which this is the one we had for you last year.
Is that one suitable for the 6,400 acres?
Now, the reason why you didn't have to get a permit because it was under 6,400 acres for this 1 month of treatment. However, to protect and do the best job for the county, we prepared this pest control discharge management plan and delivered to Mr. Felix. We didn't have to do that, but we wanted to take the precaution that we protect you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Hathorn. Mr. Williams, if you would, I just have one question. Would you restate or make it clear to me, what would we be doing if we did this? Are we in violation of anything? That's the only question that I have.
Well, again, without doing the preparatory work that would be required to request the notice of intent or even the pesticide discharge management plan, that would have to be based on surveillance. And to my knowledge, that has not been done by anyone.
Okay.
Mr. President.
Mr. Stokes?
Mr. Williams, is this not the same thing we did last year? The same thing we're doing today, did we not do the same thing last year?
I don't remember us doing anything last year, sir, but
Mr. Hudson, did you spray last year?
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
Would you please come up here and tell he forgot?
Let me say this, getting this permit, it's really not a issue. You can get this permit within less than a week. And you can do the surveillance in a day's time. It's It's not as complicated as it's being made, seems being made. Now, what we're talking about is really the health and well-being of the citizens of Hinds County. And I want you to know that the federal government will do everything they can to help with that process as fast as they can. Now, the surveillance, I mean, really, everybody knows there's mosquitoes in Hinds County. So that's not the issue. You need mosquito control services. And look at all the other counties that cities around here. They're doing something to aid their citizens. Why Hinds County is not, is a question that people asked last year, and that's the very reason why we did the service last year for 1 month. So we can do it, it's legal to do it, it's not necessary to put it out to bid because of professional service. So if you want to do it, you can help the citizens of Hinds County by acting, and we would work with your administration to get all the permits necessary, and we would have that done within a week. Thank you.
Mrs. Calhoun, let me let Ms. Calhoun go down.
I was going to ask just that question, whether or not you had a permit and what are your plans for, if you have any plans for obtaining a permit.
It's not for me to have a permit. I have a license. It is for you, the entity of Hinds County, to obtain that permit. It's for me to provide you with a mosquito management plan, which I did it last year. I can do it again this year. And like I said, this can be done within less than a week's time. The people that issue the permit want to help you do it. So it's not a big deal. They want to see people safe. They want to see people happy.
Okay, Dr. Walker.
Quickly, Mr. Williams, how long would it take for you to do what you said needed to be done?
That was something that we had left up to those who bidded for the, at least respond to the RFP. I personally don't know how long it would take, because you have to do these ION and the pesticides discharge management plan. It requires that whomever's doing it go out, do some sampling, do some surveillance, locate where those areas are, determine what's necessary based on what you find there, because not all mosquitoes carry West Nile, not all of them are the same. So without knowing exactly where those things are and what you have to do, just to allow somebody to just spray willy-nilly would not be the best thing I would advise the county.
Is it the county's responsibility or the company's, pest control company's responsibility to obtain the permit?
It's my understanding that it is the vendor who would get a permit to do those things, but they would do it at our request, as being the decision maker who decide to spend the money.
Okay, let me go with Dr. Walker, then we'll come right back to you, and then we'll wrap this up. Go ahead.
Because I was going to offer some work for her and the attorney to do.
Okay.
You know, we need to move forward, and we need some answers. We need answers from the people who have been hired to give us answers. So what if Ms. Davis and Ms. Prince, the attorney, could get together and find out what we need to do and how soon we can do it, and get that answer back to this board today, if possible, before we break up or adjourn, so that if it's action we need to take and can take today, we can go on and do it. But I think that's what we need. What can we do about the question that's before us right now? I'm ready to take action or to vote, but I want to make sure that it's in order.
Okay, Ms. Davis, you want to answer that? Then we'll
offer Mr. Stokes
that we lay it to the side. Hold on one second. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to add to the question earlier.
Speak a little bit closer to the mic.
I was just going to add to the question earlier about the service from last year. From my understanding, Mr. Hawthorne provided services for 1 month, but I want to make sure the board knows that upon your request to pursue an RFP, we did further research as to the type of services or requirements related to the service we need to consider. And so that brought us to where we are. The knowledge that we have today, we did not have last year.
Okay. Mr. Stokes, is it within your purview to hold this, or what do you want to lay it to the side, or do you until further notice, or today, or how would you like to handle it?
Votes ain't gonna change. You know, they can talk a pretty game. Votes gonna stay the same. We wait a month, they're gonna be the same thing. They'll find other issues not to give it to them. The man been spraying forever in this county. And now all of a sudden he's not qualified. You know, it makes no sense to me. I do whatever. I'm ready to go for it. I got a motion on the floor. I don't think I need a second. If we vote today, you're gonna try to vote it down. If we vote next month, you're gonna try to vote it down. So nothing's gonna change. It ain't that he ain't qualified. Everybody in here know he qualified. He's spraying for the city of Jackson right now. Been spraying in Hinds County the whole time. Now we got, oh, this ain't right and that ain't right. Legal gave an opinion. Professional service, we can do it. It's not our first time dealing with professional service. So I'm ready to move forward. I got a motion, Mr. President.
Okay, it's been moved. It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Yes.
Hunter. All those opposed to? Nay.
Nay.
Ms. Callen? Okay. 2 for, 3 against, motion fails. Okay? All right, let's continue on. Supervisor Stokes.
Mr. President, we had the fine mayor of Utica here today, and we met out in Utica with this outstanding mayor and members of his city. And what we're trying to do, he's working hard. He's been there only a short period of time, but he's trying to get some things going in Utica. And what we want to do is transfer $50,000 from the recreation fund to the town of Utica, and I so move.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Yes.
Question from Supervisor Hunter?
Walker.
Walker, I'm sorry.
Okay. I'll be honest. I didn't second that motion.
Okay.
But
You said.
Seriously, where is the $50,000? What recreational fund? Is that recreation fund the 2.5 million that was taken from the bond for the Byron Clinton corridor?
Well, it's the same recreation fund we've had all the time. I don't know the number. What's the official number for it?
It's a bond.
Okay. All right. It's been moved and properly second.
For what purpose?
Mrs. Calhoun?
It's gonna be recreation for the town of Utica.
I mean, you have to specify.
Well, they'll follow the law. They'll have the interlocal agreement there. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Okay, it's all right, it's all right. We'll have interlocal agreement where it be spelled out.
Okay. Ms. Calhoun?
When you're utilizing forest funds, you have to be specific about the use of those funds. And I think it would be prudent if you came back with the specific use, because any misappropriation of bond funds, then this board will be liable to replace those funds personally.
Well, this is the first step. In the transfer, you know it's gotta be an interlocal agreement. That's when it be in writing, whether it be specific and whether it be, what everyone will consider, making sure all the i's are dotted and t's are crossed.
The board minute speaks for the action of the boards. Ms. Attorney, can you address the matter of concern, please?
I'm sorry, I didn't the last part of your question.
Can you address the matter of concern?
Yes, anytime that you transfer monies from one fund to another, it has to be specifically listed in terms of what that is. And for the use of those bond funds, we'd have to find a permissible purpose under Mississippi Code Section 19-9-1. And I know that those have been previously provided to the board, but we can get a list of those and make those available to Supervisor Stokes.
Plus, there gotta be an interlocal agreement, is that correct?
In addition, there does have to be a local agreement.
Yeah.
Okay. Mrs.
I was gonna say, for recreation is basically playground equipment or walking trails, something.
Okay.
That's right, correct.
All right.
And repaving roads.
Okay. It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Yes.
Opposed to?
Nay.
One nay, motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mrs. Calhoun?
I'm not going to vote on the issue because I still don't know if the mayor is here, maybe the mayor can address my concern.
All right, let me change this for the record. We have 3 voting yes, 1 voting nay, and 1 not voting.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay,
And Mr.
motion-
President, let me explain my vote, if I may.
Yes.
I voted against moving 2.5 million from the bond that was intended to support the Byron Clinton corridor. This $50,000 would be taken from that 2.5, which is now called the recreation fund. And I'm consistent in my vote. I voted against it being removed in the first place, and I voted against a portion of what I disagreed with being moved, being allocated from that fund for the purposes in Utica. It would be the same anywhere else.
That's noted. Supervisor Calhoun, and then we'll move on.
Yes, Mr. President, the mayor of Utica is here, and maybe he can explain the use of those funds. And let me just set the record straight. The Byron Clinton corridor, that corridor is not about Byron, it's not about Clinton, it's about all of Hinds County. As a matter of fact, I'd be glad when we can change the name of the project to a more appropriate name. One of the things that the use of the funds will go toward is to, as far as the project is concerned, and as far as the infrastructure is concerned, we are working with all of the mayors of Hinds County to develop a regional wastewater sewer concept. Whereas, hopefully, if all of the smaller towns and municipalities can come together, we can create this wastewater system. Most of the residents in Hinds County, sewage
Mr. President, may I continue my
disposal
items, please?
Yes.
is provided by septic tanks, and we're trying to alleviate.
Thank you. Mr. President, for Youth Summit, I ask Reverend Starworth to come forward, please. And again, we mentioned earlier, we consider Reverend Starworth an expert. We met at Linear last week, and some of the people who made the suggestion that we meet with the young people, for some reason they didn't show, but Reverend Starworth had a chance to talk to the people that were there about the issue of family court. And what he tried to explain is that a number of we have a method to deal with the young people, but there's no method to deal with the adults who allow these young people to do all kind of silly things, so to speak. And he said the way that we can combat that is through family court. And I asked him, as we placed it on the agenda, because we're gonna try it again on Wednesday, to bring some of the young people forward again. But we're gonna ask Reverend Starworth just to kind of briefly give us an idea so we'll know.
Okay, Mr. Stallworth, good morning. Still morning, I believe. Yes.
Good morning, Mr. President, to the Board of Supervisors. The last meeting, Supervisor Stokes did ask were there any statutes or anything that would help us with family court, and this is the information that we did receive back as relates to under the Alice C. Clark Act. It gives us the only family court recommendation that the legislature has enacted through the Drug Court Act done, and they did a pilot program, and as I stated to you before, in Adams and Rankin County, through the Administrative Office of the Court, and we will have to petition to do that. The Youth Summit is, yes, it will give us another tool in order to hold the entire family accountable for the actions of the youth. It will help us in many different ways because at present statute with the youth court, you can only deal with the child. But if you had a family court, you can deal with the problem with the entire family to order services and to make sure that services are placed inside there and taken care of, and accountability for the parents' action for not carrying out the actions of the court.
Finally, Reverend Stallworth, you mentioned that currently we have a mechanism to deal with the young person.
Right.
But there's nothing in place until we fund a family court to deal with these parents and grandparents that's
Correct.
allowing these young people to do all kind of things.
That's correct. Only thing we can do in finding them is that in the youth court statute is that we can only hold them account if they break into your house or rob or for restitution. That's the only part that we can. The parents are responsible for the actions of their child and making restitution.
Are there any other counties in the state of Mississippi that actually have this particular family court working or that they use? I think it's a good idea. Just want to know if there's something that we can measure it by.
Rankin and Adams County were the only two counties that did the pilot program.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay.
Mr. President, I'm gonna hold the item dealing with the bulletproof vests for constables to our next meeting. Thank you, sir.
Okay. You finished?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Supervisor Hunter.
I want to go back to, just for a brief moment, back to the Byron Clinton Carter comment. My thinking is that the money we move is not a deal killer on that Carter. However, I would like to see it expedited and start immediately within 90 days. I don't want to see no more studies and preparation. I understand that we done acquired all the property, the easement. Why not let's get started the construction within the next 6 months and go ahead and build it. We got another Carter that I understand has been out there for a little while that we may need to revisit. Is the County Line Road. I understand there was federal dollars appropriated to make the connection to Highway 51, and second phase was going to take it all the way from 51 to Highway 49. Let's expedite it. I want to see it go because I do think it's an economic engine.
Okay. Mrs. Calhoun.
Yes, sir. Supervisor Hunter, the segment from I-55 south to Davis Road, or Davis Road to Parks Road, has one more parcel in regards to acquisition right of way. We can't start construction until all of the right of way has been acquired, at least per segment, and the corridor has been divided up into 5 segments. So we have one more parcel. Once that parcel has been acquired, then we must go to state aid, a division of the Mississippi Department of Transportation, to get approval. Once we receive approval from state aid, then we can move forward with advertising for construction. Now, how long it would take state aid to approve that segment of the corridor, I do not know, but certainly we can work with state aid in order to expedite the process. And as soon as we get all the right of way from one sector, then we can move forward with getting approval and then advertising for construction and hopefully a groundbreaking.
Supervisor, go ahead.
But I understand, Ms. Calhoun, Supervisor Calhoun, it's still other needs throughout the county that also need to be addressed, you know, along with the process of this corridor. I support it, but I can't support it to the point that we neglect other areas and other needs of small towns and communities, in inner city communities.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And again, this board has hired Malachi Financial Products, and they're going to work with us in developing a capital improvements plan. I mean, this board is paying thousands of dollars for the advice of this company to come back to us with recommendations. And so I anxiously.
Well, we'll put a timetable on that too.
Okay. Supervisor.
I think he would wrap it up today if he could.
Supervisor Stokes.
But let me just mention, the county line is not a project of Hinds County. It's a project of the city of Jackson. It's not Hinds County's project.
Okay.
Mr. President, I still say the same thing over and over again. I'm gonna be on record that there's no money to complete this project, and I have grave concerns about spending this federal money if it's not gonna be a completed project. But to follow up on Supervisor Hunter, especially dealing with this time issue, look like we would have a plan somewhere. A plan, yeah, this gonna get completed at a certain time, then we got this business getting ready to come, we have a commitment from that business, we don't have any of that. None of that is present. Only thing we doing is giving people money and saying they building the roadway to nowhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Stokes. What we'll do is we have Commissioner Cochran has come back. I think she, did you need to address one other item?
I just wanted to say we are unable to reach Josephine Anderson, so y'all need to do whatever you need to do. She's unreachable. We've tried several different times, home and cell.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. All right, we'll continue with printed agenda. We do have to recess at some particular point this afternoon and then come back. We might even have to go up to the recess, but hopefully we won't take that long. We'll go to the County Administrator, Mrs. Carmen Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. The first item under County Administrator is unclaimed bodies. There are none for your consideration today. There's one. Okay, they didn't have it in my packet. I apologize.
So moved.
Okay,
This one is for your consideration.
it's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Yes.
Opposed to? Motion passes. Continue, please.
Thank you. Second item on the agenda is the ratification of resolution honoring and commending Jackson Gospel Music Award honorees.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Yes.
Opposed to? Motion
Could
passes.
we amend it, Mr. President, for gospel music awards and I think the blues award, did they not have some honorees also?
You know, actually, I think we could just eliminate gospel because I think
Just
it was
say
an
Jackson
overall
Music
gospel
Award.
music.
Music Award.
Jackson Music Awards.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So
Thank
we
you.
just scratch gospel.
Yes, thank you for correcting that, sir.
Okay.
Okay, continue, please.
Next, we have Mr. Harrington, Director of Maintenance, with one item for your consideration.
Morning, Mr. President.
Morning.
President of the Board of Supervisors. I stand before you today asking for your approval to enter into a temporary lease agreement with the Beginners, Inc. to utilize Davis Road baseball fields, fields number 1 and field number 4.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
So
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Got a second? You got a second?
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. Discussion?
Yes, I'd like to just recommend that with this contract release and all others that come through, maintenance pertaining to the parks and contracts generally, that may be negotiated by anyone who comes under the authority of Board of Supervisors, that they go through legal before they come to us, so that we can have the blessings and direction of our legal staff to make sure that all the things that need to be in these documents that protects the county and us are included.
And that's so noted. I think we already have that as one of our policies. Did it not go through legal this time, Mr. Harrington, for them to look at it or to give it its blessing?
No, no, I did not.
Okay. All right. Supervisor Stokes, did you have something? Yeah, so we'll just make the motion pending review. Supervisor Stokes, did you have something?
Yeah, my concern was, with this lease, will this bar other people from utilizing this, park? It's only for certain times of the day, or what's all included in this lease? What's the parameters?
The lease is for a year for fields 1 and field 4.
At certain times,
Certain times of the day, but they are responsible for the maintenance, for maintaining the fields.
but it's still open to the public. They don't have exclusive use of these fields.
Well, they will have a lease over these fields for the whole year.
So in other words, we have,
So,
yeah.
comment.
Let me stop. Let me see if are you finished? And then we'll go to him.
I'm not getting the answer, I guess, because if John Q. Citizen want to come use these fields, and the fields are open, John Q. Citizen, I'll be able to use the field without these people telling me you can't use it. And I don't think these people ought to be able to charge somebody to use the field neither. And I hope all that'll be in the language.
Right.
And I support where Mr. Stokes is going on this. Does the lease document give this group, the beginners, exclusive rights for that field 24/7? Or does it state that if they have it for a year between the hours of whatever and whatever, what are they going to pay? Are they going to pay the light bill? Do we continue to pay the light bill?
Yes, sir.
Are they going to use the concession stand at no cost to them?
On this particular group here, they will not be using a concession stand. They use this field for scrimmage and practice. And while they have the lease, they are responsible for the upkeep of the baseball fields, paving of all electric and water for the particular fields, and to maintain property also.
Okay. Mr. Harrington, I think I'm hearing the board correctly, is that they don't want to do this anymore, which is a good way to say it. Do they have liability insurance, or
Yes.
how much liability insurance? Who sets that liability insurance? What is the county's obligation? Has all of that been addressed in that particular issue?
I know when I first came on, as far as leasing the parks, there was liability insurance requirement for the leasing of the field.
So we don't know at this particular point
Know what?
whether or not they have liability insurance of what?
They
the
do have
county-
liability insurance for the property for a year.
What does the county require? I guess is what I'm trying to say.
The other, what we require is at least $1 million in liability.
How do we know that that's what we should be requiring? I'm not trying to give you a hard time, just asking the questions. That's one of the things I think I'm hearing from the board, and we'll go to Mrs. Calhoun. Okay, Mrs. Calhoun?
Yes, Mr. President, since 1992, we have always had this agreement with the club, and as far as I know, there have not been any problems, and they have not excluded anybody from the use of the field. It's just, there's never been a problem, and they do have liability insurance.
So we'll, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I certainly hear the board, and what we could do is relook at this process and come up with a recommendation as to tighten up some of the procedures here.
Well, yeah, that
Bring that back to you.
I think that kind of goes hand in hand with establishing that recreation board to where we won't have these particular type of issues. But I do, if this is a pleasure, the board will make the caveat that there's a legal review of this document as well. So it's been moved and properly seconded that we accept this with legal review. All those in favor of?
Yes.
Opposed to?
No.
Motion passes. Okay. All right. Mrs. Davis, continue.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is from the Permanent Zoning Department, and Ms. Kelly, representing the
Before you do that, let me just ask one last question that I want to make sure it gets in there. It was duly noted about the exclusive use, even though that some individuals will tell you that they don't have exclusive use. When other people go down, it's been my experience that they tell everyone, this is our field. So even though we have it in writing to the one way, it's in reality it's different. So we want to make sure that of the legal review that we have some language in there stating as to who can use these particular fields and at what particular time. Now, I'm sorry, continue.
Yes. We have representatives from Permanent Zoning with one issue for your consideration.
Okay? Good morning.
President Graham, board members, we're asking approval a conditional use permit in order to construct a wireless communication tower on agricultural zone property.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. The location of that
Highway 27.
Highway 27? Okay, it's been moved. Right. It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Yes.
Opposed to? Motion passes. Mrs. Callen, you have a question regarding that?
No question. I would just like to see us to also continue to market the antennas on our towers when we get a request from an outside vendor.
All right. Thank you very much. Mrs. Davis, continue.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is from Central Repair. I believe Mr. Ingram is here to present these issues to you from Central Repair Department.
Mrs. Davis, is Mr. Jenkins on to give us an update? Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President, other board members. I'm asking for the authorization to auction, sell vehicles from Dovetail, also for the advertisement and the advocate.
So moved. Okay. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Yes.
Opposed to? Motion passes. Okay.
Also, I'm asking authorization to cannibalize the several vehicles.
So moved.
It's been moved
Second.
and properly second. All those in favor of?
Yes.
Opposed to? Motion passes.
There's one other part that wasn't on this, on the same one that was cannibalized. I also need permission to sell the scrap iron when cannibalization is through.
Okay.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
It's a question from the clerk.
Because it was not on the agenda. But was this a part of?
It was on my original letter to, I think, Mr. Davis.
If it was part of?
Didn't get on this.
If it was-
I do have a copy of my original letter.
If it was part of an original motion, then we can do it. If it's not a part of the motion, since it's not on the agenda, we can't. So are you saying that it is or was a part of the original?
It's on the letter.
Okay. All right.
Further asked all of us to sell the remaining as scrap.
Okay, so in those circumstances, we can. It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Yes.
Opposed to? Motion passes. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Davis, continue.
And I do want to apologize for that oversight on the agenda. Next item we have is from Mr. Ray Bryant, EMS Coordinator, with one item for your consideration.
Okay, before we go there, Supervisor Hunter had his light on. I'm sorry, I missed you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to, central repair. I spent some time over there the other day, a couple of hours, and my concern is that it somewhat seems to be a disconnect between public works, central repair, and we have certain allotment of equipment assigned to different districts, but there's so much of it over there that's in repair. Some of it is probably normal wear and tear on equipment, and some of it just look like wear just negligent. And I'm trying to connect the dots between accountability and quality of our equipment. I guess I just need to hear a little bit from both sides, from Public Works and Central Repair, how we gonna close this gap, because it's having a huge impact on the service that our constituents are receiving. When you got 3 tractors, when you got 4 tractors that should be running in District 4, you got 3 that's down. The rotation of grass cutting is way behind. The repairs is taking several weeks to get done. And I don't recall seeing anything that shows the accountability around how we follow the quality of it.
All I can say is, I request parts, I get them in, I put the work out quickly.
Could you speak a little bit louder so I can hear you?
When I get my parts in, I request I get them in, put them in as quick as we can. To the people, damage and stuff that may be done out of, not necessarily right next normal wear or something there. I can't tell you. Some things you can look at and see is abuse, yes. Some things you look at and you can't tell if it's natural wear or not.
All right.
As far as me getting with the director from Public Works, I got no problem sitting down with him, talking to him, and finding a different way of getting some equipment, where it's not tore up as bad or, unnecessary, I guess.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. President.
Mr. Stokes?
How many mechanics do you have for, I guess, regular vehicles? How many mechanics for heavy equipment? And what's the time frame from heavy equipment coming in the shop to being repaired and out the shop?
I got four equipment mechanics in the heavy equipment shop. I got one of them is disabled right now that had an accident. Most of the time, I have 2 to 3 guys on the road out of the heavy equipment shop. So it leaves me with 1 mechanic left in the shop most of the time, doing the work there. The other mechanics do come back and do work in the dealer shop to help get some of it out. It is a little slow sometimes getting projects out of it. But my priority is getting stuff off the road as quick as possible. Let's tore down.
Are you under the direction of Public Works?
No, sir.
No, under county administrator.
Now, you repair Public Works equipment though, right?
Yes, sir.
So if Public Works equipment is in your shop and the people need to be out there using the equipment and it's still in the shop, that means what? Operators of the equipment, what do they do if they don't have the equipment? They just... are y'all gonna have a time frame as to when things can get in and out?
Well, we work with them every day. I have one person that
I get with Mr. Burt, Mr. Burt is his, go in between us. I talk with him and my shop superintendent talks with him every day. Stuff that we need to do or things we need to try to get money for that costs way up, you know, and that's.
Do you recommend when some of this equipment is too old for repair, that we need to get more new equipment? Do we have seem like we should have a time on, you know, I don't know the official term for when it's dead and you need some more, what is it? Deadline?
We do deadline some vehicles, and we do get with the other departments. When we say assets, a number of dollars that we done tied up in it, we do get with the department and find out if they want to keep trying to repair something. I do not have no control over his equipment, whether he wants to keep it or not.
My concern is that if we have certain vehicles or certain equipment that keep coming back and back and back to the shop, then like somewhere down the line, we need to say, look, this need to be deadline, whether it's time or not, because it keep coming back to the shop, something is wrong, let's get something new, because I hear some of the employees saying, I keep something going back to the shop.
I do make that recommendation.
Make those recommendations.
And you make the recommendations to
the board. However, you do have to balance whether you can replace that vehicle, or equipment. And so that's the balancing act we perform, but when it's absolutely to the point of disrepair, we certainly bring it to the board to consider deadline.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Stokes. Supervisor Hunter?
Well, I just think we're gonna have to do an evaluation and try to connect the dots between the repairs and the Public Works Department. It's a real critical area in between there, whether the function, and whether it has an impact on the function of the county. If those two is a disconnect, we're gonna have to find some kind of way to assure the quality and also the accountability on this high dollar equipment that we got out there. Cause some of the stuff that I saw, it wasn't wear and tear. It was just mishandling, a product misuse. So we need to look into that and try to work together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Mr. Bryant?
President Graham, board members, good evening. In your package, you should have a breakdown on a call manager IP phone system, the equipment maintenance agreement, the two quotes. Both of these are being listed in the City of Jackson. Business Communication Incorporated, BCI, quoted $30,190.41. Metrics Solutions, which is Pilium, quoted $30,443.02, and it was a difference of $250.61. This is for 40 pieces of equipment, switches, routers, and so forth. It's 40 pieces. It's for 1 year. It's replacement of that piece of equipment through Cisco equipment. And then we have 24/7, 365-day support services that we can get in touch with them on. And I further went, just for y'all's information, per day, each of these equipment is $2.06.
Okay.
So I just share that with you, the 30,000, 40,000, the 40 pieces of equipment, bringing it down per day.
Okay.
So that is for our IP. I listed all the buildings that has a system in it on your recap.
So the only thing that's different is the price.
Yes.
That's
the
it.
two. Y'all requested me to get another quote, and that's what it did with Jackson.
Who's currently doing it?
Sir?
Who's currently?
BCI.
So you give them the contract to the same people?
Well, they come in the lowest bid, sir.
And the responsibility is to do what? What's their responsibility? What?
Okay. We have a problem with this equipment, the switches, the routers, and anything, they will see to it that it's replaced by next business day. Also, we have the 24/7, 365-day support that we can call the help desk, have them to help us solve the problem.
And their competition is who?
Well, it's through Matrix, which is a civil corporation. Here's the other bid, or quote that we got.
How many years have they had this contract?
They did an upgrade about 2 years ago, and they've had it that point.
Before them, who had it?
Well, AT&T.
Did AT&T bid on this one?
No, sir.
Okay,
Have there been any complaints against the vendor who currently holds the contract?
No, sir.
okay. What's the pleasure of the board?
Low bid.
Are you making a motion?
Yes.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Aye.
Opposed to?
No.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Davis, continue.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is Mrs. Nikki Parker for personnel, and item for your consideration.
Good afternoon.
President Graham, other board members, I'm before you requesting approval to advertise the appointee positions for the board attorney and the emergency management director in the Clarion Ledger and also in the Jackson Advocate.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Yes.
Opposed to? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mrs. Davis, if sometime this afternoon, if we have time, if Mr. Jenkins is going to be here, I'd like for him to just tell the board where we are. I've understood that we are approximately 60% complete on the restoration of Pod C. And I think that each board member needs to know exactly where we are as it relates to that if we have time, once we get to the end of the agenda.
Yes, sir.
If Mr. Jenkins is going to be here, you're going to, okay. All right, continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Next we have on the agenda, Mr. Clarence Williams from Human Capital Development. So item for your consideration.
And if you would, did Mrs. Woods get that number that we needed for the board? I'd like all board members to know that number. Okay, go ahead, Mr.
Good
Williams.
afternoon again. I have one item, and that's to request approval to submit a grant application to Central Mississippi Planning and Development District for the Area Agency on Aging Program for outreach services to seniors. Hinds County provides a 10% in-kind match for this grant. The amount is $26,100.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly
Question,
seconded.
Mr. President.
Question from Mr. Stokes.
Who do we currently have the program ongoing.
Yes, sir.
If we have people that need, this is a feeding program, right?
It's that and a number of other programs. Seniors, sometimes it's referrals, sometimes it's assisted with filling out Medicare forms, transportation.
Who do we contact to get someone on that list to be cleared to have meals?
If they are outside the city of Jackson, it's Ms. Pearlie Johnson, who's this county person.
Inside the city?
I don't know who it is inside the city of Jackson, but I can get that for you. Because they have a separate program from ours.
Is there any prohibition about the county helping inside the city?
I think that is from CMPDD's point of view because both have reported requirements, and I don't know if the people in the state of Jackson would like us stealing their numbers from them because we have to report 60 contacts per month from the county side. I don't know what the city requires.
Well, what I'm running to, I know a gentleman from a school teacher and I've witnessed him go from a healthy weight to almost malnutrition. And the issue is, if the city of Jackson is full, and we have somebody, we're all in the county, then he has a need that need to be met. This is a man who don't want to hear what Jackson full, but I can't do it because we're in the county, when he's almost starving.
I can check with COPD and see if they will allow it, but essentially, if he's in the city of Jackson, he would have to be served by someone in the city.
But the city's full.
I'll check with COPD and get
Thank
back.
you.
Contact Connie, she can probably help.
Dr. Walker.
Who handles our program for us?
Ms. Pearlie Johnson, she's out in the county, she does 2 days at Terry, and 2 days at Bolton. She has office space in both locations.
What's the phone number?
I don't know off the top, when I did the last board meeting, I gave you a report about what the aging services and what they provide, and attached to the last page was her contact information, but I'll get it again and give it to someone in the office.
She work under who? Who does she work under?
She works primarily under Ms. Mamie Brown, the Veteran Service Officer. But she falls under Human Capital's office, but she works directly under Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. Mrs. Davis, continue.
Thank you. Next item we have from our purchasing department, we have Ms. House with several items for your consideration.
How's Mr. Lewis?
He's doing better. He's recovering and being treated.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good morning, or
fellow board
afternoon.
members. I have 3 items on the agenda today for your approval. The first one is a request from the Sheriff's Department. They have submitted to upgrade their crash and crime scene reconstruction software and hardware. Visual statement is the sole source containing these items. A letter is presented for your review. The amount of the order is $12,770, which will come from the 2012 JAG grant.
What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Aye.
Opposed to?
Not for Mr. President.
One not voting. Motion passes.
The next item is also from the Sheriff's Department. They have submitted a request for the software for their records management, CAD and mapping, and jail management system. Application data systems is the sole source containing these items. A letter of certification is for your review. The total amount of the order is $155,000. These items were budgeted previously during, I guess, the first of the fiscal year.
What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly. Mr.
Just talking about
Stokes?
the general fund,
Yes, sir.
we can't use any seizure funds and all of this, they said for equipment, and couldn't use any of those monies for this?
No, sir.
They don't have that much money. They're seasonal.
They said they got $800,000.
Not that's been turned over to the county,
It's in the bank.
not in your bank. They may have it, but.
And we go with all these bank accounts. But it's not under, now, if it's $1 million in Liberty Bank, it's got to be some kind of way it's part of the county.
It is still under the sheriff, is my understanding.
And so it goes to the court system.
Correct.
Okay.
To be processed in the court system.
Okay, I'm like Supervisor Hunter, what kind of time frame to process it? It shouldn't take forever to process it.
We will have to ask.
There's an issue. I'll tell you about it.
Okay, all right.
A big issue.
All right, thank you.
Okay. It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of? Opposed to?
Not voting.
One not voting. Motion passes.
My last item, I'm requesting the board's approval to advertise for all the term bids for the fiscal year October 1, 2013 through September 30, 2014. These are the supplies and materials for the Public Works and Central Repair Departments.
Is that what we had last meeting?
Yes.
Could we not do it in-house?
This is the advertisement.
I'm just asking. Could we not do this in-house?
We could, but it's very, very time consuming, and since we did not approve it last meeting, we're in a time crunch now.
Supervisor, and we can sit down and talk about it. The bids for these departments, we're talking about hundreds and hundreds of items.
Well, you know, my major concern, and it might be legal,
but it just seemed per se illegal that we use an outside company, and then we have this company to get it, if I'm right now, is this the one where they get 3%?
Yeah.
And then tell somebody else 3% plus, you gotta give me $60,000? That sound like,
Where's the $6,000? Where is the $60,000?
somebody gotta be aware.
We're the 3%.
There's a 3% charge to the awarder of the bid for the process.
So the entity to whom the bid is awarded pays an additional 3%.
Correct. For the cost of the bidding process.
Supervisor Hunter?
I thought she was the purchasing department.
Yes, she is. She's one of the agents in the purchasing department.
So I think we need to look at that real hard, because if it even took another staff or somebody, because this is one of the concerns I asked you the other day about state contract, stuff that we buy on state contract versus going on the open market. I just need to get a clear understanding on this purchase, because what I'm finding is there's several different purchasing departments throughout the county. And different
One
people.
purchasing department. Now, there are representatives from each department that is involved in trying to purchase items for the department, but all purchasing goes through the central purchasing department.
And
that's responsible for purchasing the items on behalf of all departments in the county.
And we still have this gap between getting a request approved from the need to the time they go through the process to actually get the part. We're still losing a lot of downtime in that process.
Well, it really depends on the price of the item. By state law, depending on the price of the item and the type of service dictates how we go about purchasing an item. Now, regarding this bidding process, you may want to hear from Mrs. House before we went into the online bidding for these type of products, what it took for staff to go through that process, that RFP process for these items. It is very consuming, it's a lot of time, you have to continue through each item with each bidder on those individual cases, and we're talking many vendors to negotiate prices with.
I understand, but my thinking is this, Ms. Davis, is that I understand we are here now, but I want to look at it for the next process. We're not stopping the progress at this point. It's a little late, but we need to drill down in it.
Right, and I do appreciate the board review of this, but we are in a time frame, and I'm certainly welcome reviewing how we can continue this.
If it's beneficial, that's one good thing, look at it both ways.
Dr. Walker.
To Supervisor Hunter's question, this is it for another year. This is approved to advertise all term bids for fiscal year October 1, 2013 to September 30, 2014. So that's it for a year. And has any effort been made to sort of cross-train or get training for our staff? It would appear that it's my job, and I'm not throwing rocks at anybody, but if my job is to clean carpet, I want to be able to clean the corners as well as in the middle of the floor. You want me to use another example?
I thoroughly understand what you're saying. And certainly the purchasing department does carry out their tasks of what they're to do. What we found, the reason why we went into this type of service, one, because of it's providing a thorough review of negotiating prices, and it benefit us. We save thousands and thousands of dollars. So that's why we went through this process. And it does take up a large amount of staff time, considering we have a volume of workload in the purchasing department with 3 agents and a director. So, but we certainly will look into going a different direction, if that's what the board so chooses.
Well, I think we need to do it sooner than later, because I know a whole lot of units of government that are much larger than this, who don't have many more employees in purchasing than we, who do this themselves. And they have conscientiously worked to train or have their employees trained. And what it does is empower people who, you know, we want to keep good people forever. But if we can train where there's a degree of versatility with our employees, it creates additional options for them so that they may be further empowered. And we still have 6 weeks left in this fiscal year. And I would think that although we're talking about October 1, which is about 6 weeks from now, or 5 weeks or whatever, we still may have time to come back and visit this issue.
Mr. President, may
Yes, and then we'll go to Supervisor Stokes and then Supervisor Calhoun.
I just want to get clarity as the area of training that you're speaking of, so I can be sure what you're saying, Supervisor Walker. I'm not clear.
Well, you just said that a person who does it takes time and interacts with a whole lot of.
Oh, no, the staff knows how to do it. They've done it before.
Why can't staff do it?
They can serve this, if that's what the county.
That's what I'm saying.
We certainly can.
Okay, well, why they're not doing it?
Because we found that the service saved the county thousands of dollars through this process.
Supervisor Stokes.
Ms. Davis, you know, the first time I heard it, and sooner or later somebody gonna catch on, it sounds like highway robbery. That's what it sounds like. When you start hearing, because I didn't know. You know, first time I saw, I didn't really know the gentleman, and I think he was a county employee, but when you start hearing they doing this and 3%, it seemed like we doing something illegal. Now, whether it's illegal or not, it's the appearance of impropriety. And the county don't really need to be in that dance. And, you know, what Supervisor Walker basically saying, we got people in house who can do it, let them do it, we need some more, bring somebody else. I know you said we saving money, but it looked like we doing shady stuff. And, you know, it might not be, but people gonna think it's shady because it sounds real shady. Thank you, Mr. President. I can't support it.
Okay, Mrs. Calhoun.
Yes, the company uses a particular software to request and analyze the bids. My question is, can Hinds County purchase the same software?
We're not sure.
We're not sure. Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's my understanding that the company that we utilize have created a program, but maybe this is something we can look into this.
Okay, is it the pleasure, would you like to hear from the vendor or do you just want to move on? What's the pleasure of the board?
Move on.
Okay, all right. Now you have state your request one more time.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I think you're about to say what I was about to ask.
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to make sure that we are going to approve advertising so we can move forward into getting the bids for these products. Now, we're not asking approval to do the online bidding, but at least go into the bid process for these items.
Okay.
Well, let me ask another question then. At what point do folks find out that there's an additional 3%? Or do they have an understanding of that up front?
They understand it up front. There's a pre-bid conference. There's documents that is distributed.
But they can't pick it up in the advertising. when we advertise for bids, it doesn't state there that the successful bidder will have to pay 3% to.
Yes, because there are bid documents that each bidder or potential bidder picks up, and that information is included in that documentation. And upon their agreement to participate in the bid, they sign an agreement to do that.
The supplier pays 3% for the service.
After the bid process is completed.
The county don't pay the
The
3%.
county doesn't pay, just the awarding bidder pays the 3% at the end of the bidding process.
If I know, Mr. President.
Continue.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, continue.
Okay. If I know that I'm gonna have to pay somebody 3% on the back end, if I get a bid, I'm gonna charge you 3% more, at least for the items. So do you win?
We believe we do because we usually have savings when we award the bid. That's our understanding.
Okay. And if there are no more questions or comments, state. Okay, go ahead, please.
Because I want to be clear on this. My concern is, it's at least the staff need to be able to compare prices with what we're buying. And the fee of 3%, you know, I know some purchases you purchase on American Express, somewhere they charge their fee to the supplier. But I just want to make sure that the integrity of the process is down and that it's transparent, where we can really compare apples to apples. We don't want to say we saving on a light bulb that we've been paying $2 for last year, we can find one for 19 this year, but a regular light bulb could cost us $5, you know. The staff we don't want them to be able to just get real comfortable, nor the person that's supplying the service, that thinking nobody is mindful of what's going on, you know.
Mrs. Davis, I think what I'm hearing is that they want you to evaluate the process. The board wants you to evaluate the process and report back to the board as to the usefulness of the process.
Yes, sir. Do that.
Okay? Are there any other questions or comments related to religion?
I need the signature page to the Zoom letter with the down.
All right, now, would you restate what you're trying to do again, or make sure we know what we're voting on?
I'm just asking for approval to actually advertise the bid. Whatever the process after the fact is fine, but I just want to be able to put it in the paper so we can follow along with that process. We don't have to go along with the other process if that's not your wishes, but just to put it in the paper, to advertise the Jackson Advocate.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board? It's been moved, is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second, all those in favor of?
Yes, now just advertise.
Yes, sir, just advertise, just advertise, I promise, just advertise.
All right, Rick, you hear?
Opposed to? Are there any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. All right, can Mrs. Davis continue?
Yes, next we have Ms. Lily Woods regarding budget amendments.
Good morning, President Graham and members of the board.
Good morning.
Today, I'd like to request your approval of the budget amendments for amendments that represent departmental requests to transfer funds based on the explanations provided for each amendment. There are no amendments that will affect the general fund's unappropriated surplus.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
So,
It's been moved, is there a second?
Could you read us the amendments?
You have them in your packet, a list of amendments there.
Could you read us the
I
amendments?
should read.
All right.
You have a total of 5 pages of amendments. The first one is to amend central payers for budget for various expenditures within their budget where they have line item adjustments.
Also, you'll have attached letters where we received information from the departments regarding their need to amend the budget. We have the second amendment is to amend the coroner's budget for code reallocation. Our third amendment is to amend the maintenance budget for repairs at the Raymond Detention Center, cell doors and windows. And this is for the $129,000 coming from the sheriff's budget. Also, we have to amend the Juvenile Justice Center budget to cover the cost of custodial supplies, which is coming from revenue that they received from their department. We are amending the JABG budget for code reallocation. We are amending the public works budget to cover expenditures within their budget, which is the next 2 pages, public works budget for all the various line items in their budget. We are amending the public defender's JAG grant. We're setting that grant up. This is a modification of the JAG grant. We are amending the budget and finance budget to cover line item transfers. We are amending the maintenance budget for the installations needed on their vehicles. And we are amending the PAVA budget to cover the voting machines purchased.
Okay, but there was no budget revision, no amendment for the legal department budget?
Not in this budget. The legal department amendment that covered their initial overage from last period was done last.
So there's no overage anymore with legal?
Except for today's transaction, there's no amendment has been submitted for the transaction on today.
Now, I know before he left, he gave us some money that we had withdrawn from his budget. And I don't know if you remember, he's here, he can speak to it, or we can put it back in his budget. Mr. Gaylor, you remember some money you brought up that was removed from your budget?
It's not coming to me right now.
This was it must have been about a month ago. He requested some money be placed back in his budget. It's all right, you'll find it. It's all right, you don't remember, that's fine. So we only,
Right. We do need one amendment, as I say, for their budget as it relates to the days.
do we need to make an amendment now?
Their department will have to submit us something and
Right,
bring it back to the board.
All right, thank you.
It has to be on another agenda, okay?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Did we get the motion in second?
No, it's been moved. Do we have a motion?
Did we get a second?
No, we have need to get a motion.
Second, Mr. President.
All right, I'll make the motion in a second. Yeah, he made the motion. Supervisor Stokes made the second. It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Yes.
Opposed to? Motion passes.
Okay, Supervisor Brown, would you like me to go in and give the information on the maintenance as it relates to the jails at this time?
No, no. We're going to hear from Mr. Jenkins, and I think he has a pretty good report for us. So I'm hoping we have enough time to do that. Go ahead.
Okay, that concludes county administrator items, with the exception of 2-minute insertion, which does not require any action from the board.
Okay, we'll now go with legal. Ms. Prince.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Board. I have a few matters for your consideration today. The first under contracts, leases, and agreements is a contractual agreement for Nikisha McWhorter. This is a renewal contract. Ms. McWhorter's been employed by the board before for her continuation of legal services for the detention center. And this contract would be paid out of the Youth Court Support Fund. We're asking this time that you approve this contract.
So what are the terms of the agreement?
It's for a period of July 1st, 2013, for the next 12 months, and it's for $4,796 per month, and that is being paid from a grant, not from the county's budget.
Okay, now, but this is just a one-time thing, or is it ongoing?
It's actually ongoing. I think this is the third year that Ms. McWhorter will be performing these services as an independent contractor.
How much an hour is that?
$27.56.
Down to my per hour.
$27.56 per hour. Based on the way that the county does its.
Okay, I got you. Okay, all right. All right, what's the pleasure of the board? Do I think I have a motion? We have a motion. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second regarding this particular issue?
She doesn't actually work 40 hours a week every week.
Okay,
Her real hourly rate is
okay,
depends on how much work she actually does.
okay. Motion dies for lack of a second this particular time. Continue, please.
We also have a resolution regarding the Western project. Is it the board's pleasure to hold that to after the recess for further discussion?
That'll be fine.
And we have two matters for executive session, one for strategy in respect to prospective litigation, and also for the transaction of business regarding the purchase of land.
Okay, all right. We'll continue on with our printed agenda. Now go from there to Joy Perkins. Greta, we're not finished at the 1 o'clock threshold. Do you want to restate when we're going to go into recess, or we'll just go directly, just continue on and not go into recess
No, because the protest hearings are published for 1:30.
for 1:30?
Those people will not be here until 1:30.
So, but we have to do it specifically at that time.
Yes.
Okay, so we might need to recess the regular meeting. We're not finished. Hopefully we'll be finished, but Joey, go ahead.
Good evening. First item is approval and signature for the Emergency Management Performance Grant between Mississippi Emergency Management Agency and Hinds County.
What's the pleasure of the board? It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Aye.
Opposed to? Motion passes. Okay, continue.
Second is request approval and adoption by the Board of Supervisors for the Hinds County Continuity of Operations Plan.
What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of? Opposed to? Motion passes.
And we request to apply for the fiscal year 2012 Emergency Management Performance Grant, Special Projects Grant, through MEMA to enhance and improve technology within the.
So moved, and how much is it?
We don't know exactly the amount right now. We're still waiting to get, but there are certain things that we have to apply for.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Aye.
Opposed to? Motion passes.
And we will provide you that. Thank you.
Thank you, Joey. We'll continue with the agenda. We'll now go to the Honorable Miss, sorry, did I miss Mr. Freelis? Did you not have anything?
Everything, sir.
What? How did that happen? Thank you. Go ahead.
I did say before executive session.
Yeah, I bet you did. Okay, go ahead, Greta.
We're going to pass over item number 1. We don't have any 16th section leases. However, I will tell you that I received a communication today from the person for this Jackson Public School System that does the audit on the Youth Detention Center lease. And for the next 5 years, that lease will not be increasing. It will remain at the $18,000 annually that you've been paying. So that's a good news.
Okay.
And that should, in all understanding, every 5 years it should increase, but it has not due to economic conditions.
Okay, thank you.
We have orders canceling tax sale, authorizing refund, reassessment changes to the assessment roll, and surrender tax for July for your approval.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Aye.
Opposed to? Motion passes.
Thank you very much. We request approval of the Hinds Community College budget certification for 2012-2013, along with the Hinds Agricultural High School revenues and expenditures.
What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of? Opposed to? 1 no, motion passes.
Thank you very much. We request approval of a resolution authorizing destruction of certain records pursuant to Section 9-5-171 Mississippi Code of 1972 and in accordance with the Records Control Schedule approved by the Local Government Records Committee pursuant to Section 25-60-1 Mississippi Code of 1972. And just for your information, these are proofs of publication from 94 to 98 and bids that were received prior to 2009, which are all eligible for destruction at this time.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of? Opposed to? Motion passes.
We have minute insertions as listed on your agenda. No action is required on your part.
Thank you very much. If it's a pleasure of the board, we don't want to keep Mr. Jenkins here all day. What we'll do, is it going to take some time for you to give us just a quick update? We'll go to Mr. Jenkins, let him give a quick update, and then we'll go back to the legal department to take us into executive session. Good afternoon, Mr. Jenkins, because we got about 45 minutes before we have to start our protest hearings.
Good afternoon, Andrew Jenkins.
No.
It won't take that.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, I'm Andrew Jenkins, project manager for the restoration of Part C. Upon our review and inspection, we determined that the work is approximately 65% complete. It's on schedule. As a matter of fact, we anticipate the contractor completing it ahead of schedule. Specific items of work, the sail door sliding devices are being installed. The roof contractor is about 95% complete with the repairs. The control room ceiling has been installed. Jib board is being installed in the walls, and the wiring for the security devices are being pulled. A couple of items that came up that wasn't part of the disturbance that we've identified, the contractor identified, that there's a couple of air handling units that will need addressing at some point. However, I think the maintenance department is evaluating those items, and they will probably provide you that report as a separate item, but it's not in our contract. Air handling units, there are a couple of air handling units that's not functioning.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Jenkins? You did, make it brief.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for doing such a good job. We appreciate it, keeping us informed. Now we'll go back to Mrs. Prince. Ms. Prince, excuse me. Okay. Mr. Hunt, hold 1 second, Supervisor Hunter.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to go ahead and address the concern with the election commission to merge precinct 16 and 17. I did talk to Ms. Anderson, and I would like to make that motion.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second?
Okay.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Aye.
Opposed to? Motion passes. You got that, Greta?
I got it.
Okay, now we go to Ms. Prince.
At this time, we need a motion for consideration to go into executive session.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of?
Aye.
Opposed to? Motion passes. Now we need a motion to go into executive session. It's been moved for the purpose of?
For the purpose of strategy sessions or negotiations with respect to prospective litigation, and also for the transaction of business and discussion regarding the prospective purchase of land and sale and leasing of lands.
Okay, is there a second? It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor? Yes. No, you didn't move in second. It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor of? Opposed to? Motion passes. We'll now go into executive session at 12:49.
How you doing?
I was trying to open it up. 2054 is the change. Let's go. Presidential College for my office for having the interview process. Now they will
Oh.
use up all that.
And he's got the data, he's got how many they served and everything.
That's my brother.
Red, we scheduled for Wednesday. Six, same time,
Okay, you know, all else fails in power.
closed session.
Temporary though, yeah.
And you're doing.
Fantastic, outstanding, and outrageous. Can't get no other way. How you doing, huh?
I'm doing very good.
That was a compliment.
But let me tell you, I ordered this directly from Paris. Yeah, that's what I do. I ordered it directly from Paris. Well, look, come, stop. Grab my head.
So you got my little secret, message to him.
I'm like, everywhere I go, they watching me.
I see you. I haven't, I need to do that. To the budget. I need to do that. We are bad. I mean, because of some statutory. Drug piece. Because of state funding. They could have. For drug 14. You know, there's a lot of state funding. State funding piece is really. Let's see, LC funds the drug court. There is something.
So what we did is ask the board, which they gave us a 50,000 to hold us over to the next budget cycle. To keep our employees on, that's just to pay the employees.
You don't have a revenue tax stream up here. You don't find offenders or anything like
The
that.
screen says the system does not serve in April. The system rejects incoming calls. I don't know why.
You can't find it, even though we try to impose a 3
And it says it okay for one of them, okay.
But you're talking about children.
Yeah.
Well, you can't really hold that children.
Minors, yeah, I get that.
So you
I see the blue
actually
light
can't
flashing on
pay,
camera,
but
but nothing
no
that.
real leg. That's why we said, find the money to do family courts. But then you could also hold this and tap into their resources. Yeah. But when you're talking about juvenile, you can find it.
Yeah,
But don't find it. All you're doing is creating more paper for the book.
Yeah.
That's not one.
See, that's what I'm gonna
So we don't have revenue. The only thing we have is what. the county gives us. What's going on?
Yeah, because I watched your presentation, I thought it was,
Let's see what they did, and that, the reason why that was increased 100%.
The system does not serve.
This is what they tell us.
April. The system rejects
On the budget
incoming
side.
calls. Press okay.
Put everything in there you want
mm-hmm,
at that time.
mm-hmm.
Well, each time we
No.
come and ask everything, I said, no, it's got to wait till the budget
Yes,
cycle.
it is.
So,
I go to my computer and look at it.
when we brought the information,
It's in screen, yeah.
I said, put it in the back.
How you gonna do? Hey, how you doing? Better watch him, if you get you tangled up.
I did.
Have all your cash over there. Oh, okay. Oh, so when was the last time I tangled you up? Oh. Well, he had tangled me up. Yeah, okay.
I was just alluding to the fact that he's real good at transferring.
I can count. How's everything go? Everything's going pretty good. Yeah. How about with you?
Good. We're gonna make it through the reduced budget because of the evaluations, the assessed evaluation.
Well, I don't know, I mean, at the end of the day, these guys sit, they sit down in here and they just make decisions based on.
You know, I was just wondering how it's looking overall for the county.
Oh,
As far as,
I think it's looking okay, I believe, yeah.
it's always hard to deal with a budget cut.
Well, there seems to be some impending challenges, but we haven't looked under all the rocks yet. You know?
But we got some projects coming in too, so, you know.
Need those.
If we can get the projects in the dirt, that would bring us some more revenue.
Yeah.
And it's tough getting them in the dirt sometimes.
Yeah, that's tough.
They're not coming back until 1:30.
How you doing?
They may be in executive session till 2:30.
Oh, you got the, here, you don't expect anybody at this public hearing, at this, protest. You don't expect anybody at this protest.
I wouldn't think there'd be a lot. We're just over here in case they have a question. But I think they're all pretty good. So I don't anticipate a resolution. Since we work with everybody, we always come over if they want to.
Yeah.
And,
I got you.
we never had that. This has always been for the fund, that goes to the state. That's paid for the FC. That's not costing them money. How money comes down, double from the space officer, the court from the Supreme Court. As a law clerk for the youth court.
So when they don't,
It's like telling the state you.
we don't want this position.
And it's
So
not
the state takes them up on it.
The problem with that is that it technically it is.
All that thing.
We send 4 contract.
But it's recording, so.
Once the person look at it, you can't fight.
Hey, Blake?
We're waiting on, so we'll do that. We're gonna try to find out. I sent you the actual MOU, so we've already signed for, we'll take them back over. On these guys, we've got all the income tax returns, and everything at the office. Look good.
Good. I mean, we've been getting just.
We'll be glad to let you come over and take a look at if the Hound, when the county hires you up.
Well, you should help them along the way with that. I think you should want us to, somebody to take, put another eye on it as well.
You know, another point y'all to look at. Yeah, see, we don't, I think that normally what we do is we get it up to a point of an economic evaluation.
Right.
After that, it should be the attorneys and you guys.
Well, I think they might not understand that, so maybe if you, I think what you're saying is true.
Yeah, if they want you guys looked at, it's fine, but normally what we do is just turn it over to the attorney for them to do the legal stuff between the two parties as far as what it looks like. And as far as their pro forma, their financial strength and all that, it's great.
Well, notwithstanding, but it would be helpful if somebody from their side could answer those questions, when they come up.
Absolutely. I assume that's.
I haven't seen anything.
I know, but I'm assuming you're going to be hired to do it.
Well, I mean, the motion, I think, was thrown out there today. That was surprising, but no one really said we want you to do that. I don't know that they really feel, like Peggy said today, that she thought that your role was to evaluate the financial viability.
We do some of that. We do some of that. And we do, as far as the project goes, if you're gonna use public financing to do one, this is the type that you want to do. I mean, it looks really good. The amount of vacancy, they're using like 50% to start and then 66. And the cash flows all look good, all the principals look good. They got the wherewithal to retire the debt if we had to.
So the county, you comfortable with the county having 45% of the capital stack?
Are they, is that how much they got, the
20 million?
Yeah.
50, that's what.
I'm just
40,
comfortable with
47%.
them being able to repay $20 million, let's put it that way. Normally, and this has really been driven a little bit outside our office, on the 20 million. We haven't been involved in getting that set up. All we've done is evaluate.
So these guarantees personal guarantee?
I think they said they would do personal and corporate, and I would advise that.
Personal and corporate.
I think.
You got a developer that's willing to do a personal guarantee, I want to see that.
Well, these guys are willing to do personal guarantees, I've already said that. Yeah, you'll have, and that's why,
And they're worth.
that's why,
Personal guarantee worth 50 million.
not 50, but the 20. Yeah, they are. All principals.
You counted those assets up.
Income tax returns, everything. Now, some of that personal stuff I can't share with you, but.
Well, the county, if the county wants to see it.
Yeah, when it gets to the point of where they,
Yeah.
because see, so far they haven't even pulled us in on this $20 million. But y'all move? That's all been done from the bench up there. It started out with us reviewing the whole project and working through it. And then it kind of morphed over to the, we thought the project was just sitting there.
So
waiting.
you haven't evaluated it with the county?
We evaluated the project, yeah. We weren't involved in setting up the $20 million and making it available to the developer. However, they do have the wherewithal to come up with $20 million if they had to. But it's also, it cash flows within their pro forma. And the pro forma is very conservative. So as projects go, it looks extremely good on the public side, as far as being able to pay the dollars back. And that's not always the case, as you know. A lot of times, there is no ability to pay back.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably what they're gonna ask you guys to do, but the attorney really needs